Good morning, good day and good evening. How you doing, guys? Hope you're all doing good. First one in today, none other than gamedev. Good to see you, mates. Second place we have technically Ehab, but also Unity coder Moriesta. And third place we have David. Hope all of you are doing good. gamedev got your Steam page approved by Steam. Or do you mean you as the developer? Because I suppose there is a improvement process on that one as well. I'm doing quite good. The plan for today is that we are going to try and be a little bit productive again. So we're gonna take a quick break from the Grim Fandango playthrough. I still do want to get through that game, but I need to progress a little bit with our project at the moment, and I had a little bit of an idea for potentially a new puzzle that we can make. So there still are a few things I do need to sort out with the demo build, but it is like 98% there. I do suppose the biggest thing that I'm eventually gonna need to do is to actually make a better intro for the game, but I'm not too stressed out about it at the moment. I'm feeling quite good about the current version of the game. We also have some more localization I need to get in there. So the puzzle I'm thinking of doing at the moment will probably... No, it will not be in the demo, but it will be in the full game. And my idea as of right now is that, like, I want to have a bit more variety, if that makes sense. And I think something that we are currently lacking in this game is a proper, like, brute force puzzle. Or just like a puzzle that you can just complete. Like, you don't need external items, you don't need like hints from other things, just something that you can find and solve, if that makes sense. So one thing that gave me an idea for this concept at first was Resident Evil. What is it? Resident Evil 2 portable save, I think? Yeah, these bad boys.
Hello, everyone.
First and foremost, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go and play the demo, available on Steam right as we speak. Very much appreciate any reviews on the demo. But yeah, in Resident Evil 2, which is another game I need to continue playing, they have these little portable saves, which is... I mean, it is a little puzzle, right? But it is a straight up brute force puzzle. Like, you don't need to find any clues for it, you don't need any item for it, you just need to figure out how to, like, unlock this correctly. Basically, the way it works here is that every button is assigned to a random light. And I think this actually is randomized in Resident Evil as well. And basically you need to click them in the correct order to make this ring light up successively. Like, in the correct order. I don't want to do a straight copy of this, but I think it would be good to have some puzzle similar to this. And yeah, as I said, like, basically something you can just straight up solve. And I did start thinking of one thing we potentially could do, which is to maybe make a little like pipe connecting puzzle, if that makes sense. So maybe you have to like rotate certain puzzle pieces to like get everything to connect correctly. It would be maybe a little bit harder to randomize compared to the puzzle we saw in Resident Evil, but I do think it's possible. Either by doing some proper like procedural generation, or by just, I don't know, doing a bunch of shitty code to duct tape it together. I think we could manage to do it. Basically what I'm thinking is to potentially do something similar to something like this. I don't think I want this like drag and connect thing, more like, you know, you have to click the individual pieces to like rotate them correctly. I'm fairly certain that doesn't Bioshock have something similar-ish? I think it's like the hacking of some machine where you have to connect the pipes. Yeah, something like this, basically. I think this works a little bit different, where I think you swap pieces out, whereas I think I would like to make it so that you just click on the pieces to rotate them. I'm very aware that this is probably gonna end up being a fairly simple puzzle, I would expect. Like, I think, especially if we randomly generate it, I think it's gonna be difficult to make it very tricky. Like, most people would probably solve this fairly quickly. I guess the other thing we could do, rather than actually randomizing the solution, is to make a handful of handcrafted variants and then randomize which one you pick. Because even just a little bit of randomization is something I could be happy with. Yeah, it would basically something like this. Other things you could do, potentially, to make it a little bit more tricky, is to do stuff like this, where you maybe have multiple connections. But that would, if we are going to like actually randomize this, that's gonna make it a lot harder, just making like the algorithm to randomize it. It's probably not too difficult. I think this is one of those things where I just don't really know the best way of doing it. It feels like it would be trickier. It feels like there's more edge cases here where this might mess up. I do suppose you can always do some like depth thing where you try to connect it a few times. If it doesn't work, you just keep generating until you get something that works, maybe. Fuzzy Buzzy, welcome in, how you doing? But I think this could be a nice thing to kind of break up the pacing in the game. Because right now, like, almost every puzzle is like, either find the thing you need to solve the puzzle, or find the hint you need to solve the puzzle. Like, it feels like it would be nice to break that pattern up by something that you can just find and solve. Like, you get presented with this puzzle and you can just do it. Do you know what I mean? So not because right now, like, every time you find a thing, there's always something stopping you from doing it. So basically what I'm thinking at the moment is that there are a few ways of doing this. Like, either we do like just a one-to-one connection, so we have like a big grid with like multiple pipes, some curved, some straight ones, etc. And then I guess you could just randomize each step, like pick a random one, and then whenever maybe you pick your random starting point, you randomize like which pipe there is. So basically we make the correct connection first, and whenever you end up connecting with the bottom line, we make that into like the finished connection. And then we mess this up. So now we add some random rotation to each one of these, and then we randomly generate in other things. Now, I do very much understand that there is a possibility of having multiple correct solutions. I think that's very hard to get around, unless I do handcrafted levels, which we could do as well. Because otherwise it is very possible that you could, like, you know, switch this around to solve it another way, but I'm not necessarily sure if that's an issue. I think this might be one of those things where you won't really know until you try it and like feel out the difficulty level, so to speak. I feel like this could work. I feel like when it comes to, if we want to generate a puzzle like this, it feels like the way to go is to generate a solution first, then mess up the solution, and then fill the space out. That feels like the way to go. So, in other words, rather than like randomizing every single piece and then trying to find the connection to make sure it can work, like focusing on getting a possible solution first. And here we could add depth. If we don't, because I don't know how much of like a sophisticated algorithm or whatever I'm gonna be able to make here. I guess unless someone in chat has a really good idea on how to do this. So otherwise what I think we could do is use some recursion and depth here, so that we basically try just picking random pieces and seeing if when we touch a wall, if it is this wall. I guess you could have another one where like if you end up touching this wall, then you change this piece to a curve and you continue. Amisis with the raid straight off the bat. Welcome in, man. Morjesta. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. As always, big shout out to the one and only Amisis. Yet another game developer on twitch.tv. If anyone coming in does not know of me, I go by Madchirpy, and I'm working on a point-and-click horror game, puzzle game called Shroud of Gloom, which we recently released a demo for. So, yeah, here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. Like I said, the demo is out right now, so go and give it a go. This is the game that Amisis is working on, Shadows of Tuonela. Go and check it out, support our fellow developers. Can request access to the playtest as we speak. Thank you very much for the raid, Amisis. Everyone here knows what I do, so no need to advertise. Nah, of course you deserve a bit of advertising here, man. I gotta flee to do my thing, have a good stream. No worries, Amisis. Thank you very much again, and I'll catch you later. Cheetah, good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. How does the pipe puzzle fit to the law? What about an old number slide puzzle to get numbers in order, in a specific order, or even a jigsaw puzzle? And result image could be something useful. Yeah, there's definitely other ways you could do a puzzle similar to this. Basically, for anyone coming in, if you don't know what we're talking about, I am considering making like a... to kind of break up the pacing a little bit of the game. I want to make some type of like brute force puzzle or just intuitive puzzle that I guess you just mechanically solve. Because right now almost every single thing in the game is like you need A to do B. Either you need item A to use it on object B, or you need to find clue A to solve problem B, or whatever it is, right? Which I feel like that sometimes can create this kind of repetitive feeling of always finding something and not being able to do it straight off the bat. Like there's always something stopping you. So I feel like it would be a nice way to break the pacing by having a puzzle you can just do. So currently I've been thinking about doing some like randomized connect pipe puzzle thing like this, where basically you would just click on pipes to like rotate them and you need to connect them. Something you can just mechanically do. The number slide puzzle, I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I am a little bit hesitant to using numbers, because we already have like a number puzzle in the game, and even at one point I had two, but I changed one into letters instead, as some of you might know. But the general concept is basically the same, and as I said, like half the reason I want to do this is to add more variety, and having more numbers I feel like could get even more overwhelming in that way. Jigsaw puzzles... Wait, jigsaw... do you... That's technically... Wait, what's the definition of a jigsaw puzzle? Is that just a normal puzzle? It is. Just something I've seen a lot of point-and-click games do is those like sliding puzzles. Oh, is this what you meant when you said number slide? Yeah, just there's these with like an image as well, right? When you have to slide the pieces around to make an image. Is this what you meant when you said the number slide puzzle? Something like this? I do suppose if it's straight up numbers, like you just need to get them in order, then I don't care as much about it being, you know, quote, repetitive with numbers, because it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with something else. Now, to be fair, obviously it's not bad if that's, as you said, Unity coded, like, if the result could be something useful. I do have, for this potential, like, pipe puzzle, I do have, like, a end result of it, right? Like, I do have something in mind that would happen with it, and I do think it fits with the game. Kenji's Mods, welcome in, man. Ahmed's been making a new main menu, keeps mentioning how good yours looks like. Aw, cheers, man. I've been seeing a little bit, he's doing the sauna thing, right? I think that's a really good idea, man. I hate those things. Love/hate, really? Okay. Yeah, I think the only issue that makes me a little bit hesitant to doing one of these is that, like I said, it feels almost a little bit like a point-and-click game trope to do them, because a lot of point-and-click games will have a puzzle like this in them, and I already kind of have some point-and-click tropes in my game. I think another big thing that you will see in like a surprising amount of point-and-click games is a clock puzzle. Something where you know, there's some puzzle involving a clock is like super common in point-and-click games as well. Not that I think that's always a problem, right? Like, I don't think everything has to be completely original and unique, but I think one has to be a little bit careful to not do too much of those, like, trope puzzles. Yeah, I think Forgotten Hill, one of those games we played, had one of these sliding puzzles where it wasn't about making an image or doing them just in the correct order, but you actually had to move a specific piece to a specific slot, I think. Forgotten Hill sliding puzzle. I don't know what this is. Did I do this one? That's not the one I'm referring to. I know it was in... I'm so sure it was in one of the Forgotten Hill games. Was it Rusty Lake? No, I'm almost certain it was in... No, I'm so sure it was in the... I think it was this one, Forgotten Hill Fall, the first one we played. I also played Mementos. I know that one worked slightly differently. Oh, what's this? Okay, this is some electricity thing. I already have like a electricity puzzle related thing, so I don't know if I want to do another one of those. Okay, I'm almost certain it was in Forgotten Hill Fall sliding puzzle. Was it not? Am I misremembering this? I'm so sure it was in one of these games. It was basically one of these puzzles, but the end goal, rather than getting them all in the correct place, was that like number one has to be in this corner. But I think the thing that makes it a little bit trickier is that they did this type of thing. This is what reminded me of it. The fact that like some of them are different sizes, so you can't really move them however you please. No, it was in Mementos. Never mind. Forgotten Hill Mementos? sliding puzzle. It was in this game. I think I mixed up the games here. That was like a clicking the correct order or something. That's different. Oh, they also had a piano puzzle. Yeah, this is what I mean, like, you have to be careful to not make too many of these, like, very used puzzles. Got an Amazon Echo for $47 on sale. So nice to have a house background music. I don't know if I know what that is. Amazon Echo? Or is that like the... Is that like the... not AI, but like Siri... You know, Apple Siri type thing hardware. Is that what that is? Like Amazon's version? Like the Hey Google, Hey Siri thing? Is that what that is?
Hello.
Arthur Shoots, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Was this similar? I think this might have been somewhat. Oh, but this was like puzzle pieces. That's the thing. I'm not entirely sure if I want to do a thing where you click on the thing to place it. We could do that. This is like placing shapes in the correct order. Like, because I've seen a few people do these like... these pipe connecting puzzles where basically like this, you have these puzzle pieces and you have to place them in the correct spot. If I would do something like this, I feel like I think I rather just want you to rotate these, like click to rotate. So the layout is generated and then you solve it by just rotating them correctly, rather than like placing them correctly, if that makes sense. Can't believe it's so difficult to find this puzzle I'm thinking of. I guess I should maybe check a walkthrough. 40 minutes. This game took me way more than 40 minutes. I think it was outside one of the houses. That's not it. And this is where you... I think this was a brute force puzzle too, but you had to like connect it or click on them in the right sequence or whatever. This I guess is kind of similar to what I was thinking. That's kind of similar. But the one I wanted to find, is it this? Oh, this is actually... Okay, they did have a proper make an image puzzle, but here it seems like it's not sliding, it's clicking to switch places, which I think is way easier. I do think this was somewhat later in the game. I actually remember struggling a little bit with this one, because I think there was like 3 different ones in a row that you had to do. Yeah, once again, clock puzzle. I actually don't think I have played... I don't know if I've played a single point and click game that hasn't had a clock puzzle in it. Maybe something with breadcrumbs and balloon animals. Is another model of Amazon Alex Trudel Home, like Trudel Home, so yeah, okay. Greetings MD Fury, how you doing? Welcome in, good to have ya. Highly recommend getting one while on sale, really good for drowning out thoughts on impending doom. Oh, is this the one? I think this is the one, yeah. So here you see, this is like one of those sliding puzzles, but where the solution is just to get the specific piece in the correct slot. So like a slightly different twist on that format, you know? I actually struggled a little bit with this one. The slide mechanic feels a bit like time waste compared to switching. Yeah. I somewhat agree. Like, because it is going to take more time when you have to slide them. I also think part of the reason why that's the case is because it's a bit more tricky. Because just putting the pieces in the correct place is way easier, right? So I do think there's a balance both in the amount of time, but also the difficulty of it. Asymmetric pieces can make it more fun. Yeah, you definitely have to think more when you have the asymmetrical ones. This is also one I've seen in a lot of games, like this exact layout. You have one spot here, you have to like get these to the other side. This also, I'd almost go as far to say that this feels a little bit overused in point-and-click games. I mean, I've played like 3 classic point-and-click games, and I think 2 of them have had... I think 3 of them have had a clock puzzle, and 2 of them have had this exact puzzle, like on the fucking dot. Exactly the same layout, the same mechanic, everything. I kind of feel like the pipe puzzle could work. I think this one is probably easier than a sliding puzzle, because I think you can kind of brute force your way somewhat easily. Like, the concept is basically like making a... It's basically like making a... like going through a maze, right? Like, you have a starting point, you have a finish, and you just, rather than like going straight through the maze, you have to actually make the maze. If your day isn't going well, don't worry about it. Have a beer and keep having fun. If your day isn't going well, get drunk to make it better. Cheers. Cheers, man. The only thing here that I think could be a bit tricky, but that would probably maybe be said with like a normal sliding puzzle too, is the whole thing that I would prefer to randomize it. Like I said though, we don't need a infinite amount of possibilities. Like, even if I would handcraft like 5 different puzzles and then we randomly select one of those, like, still the chance of you getting 2 in a row is fairly low. I don't know, any thoughts so far? What do you guys think? Pipe connecting puzzle game. I did find a few. What was this one? This one was interesting, but I don't know if this makes as much sense for me. Because like here you have one starting point and multiple endpoints, and you have to make sure that everything connects. But like partly I found this to be quite simple. I guess it would be more tricky if you made it bigger. But I don't know if it makes as much sense either when... Because in my head this would be actual like... It would be like a water pipe puzzle, right? And I don't think I want this either, because I'm not very keen on introducing dragging. Because I don't use it anywhere else in the game, and it feels odd just doing it in one place. And also, maybe a little bit too simple. And this I also feel like is far too easy. Like, you can usually figure out the solution fairly quickly. It barely feels like a puzzle. Of course, this is like the first level, so I assume it gets trickier, but I do assume there's multiple solutions here too. Wait, what? I should not have said anything. How does this work? Oh wait, I have another one of these, yeah. Never mind. It's still like fairly simple. I feel like having all the pieces laid out and you need to figure out which ones to actually use feels like it could be a bit more interesting. Stop worrying and make every trove puzzle. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it seems to work for other people, I suppose. I robbed the bank last week, but now people are calling me Jay and I can't use... Wait, what? Did I rob the wrong kind of... Oh. Oh, this one is... Oh, that's kind of interesting. I see. So this is basically a mix of both of the ones we were talking about. This is a pipe connecting puzzle, but you have to slide them in the correct place instead. The coincidence here is kind of mad, to be honest. That's actually kind of interesting. I guess this is just a normal sliding puzzle though, right? Because the way they connect kind of forms an image. You could argue. So it is basically just a normal sliding puzzle. Just that, you know, it has a more... Oh, some pieces are identical. Yeah, that is true, so it's easier. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. That's a fair point. Hey, yo, welcome in. Like the rotating tile version of this pipe puzzle. I think that's the one I feel the most keen on so far. Did you finish playing the point-and-click game you were playing last time? I did not, but we are gonna go back to it. But I felt like I haven't been productive enough with the game, so I need to get some work done. Yeah, this is interesting, but I'm not sure it's what I would like to have here. That seems like another dragging one. Maybe, what if we add rotating? Can we find something similar here? My mini pipes. This is again one of those where I think we have multiple... Yeah, this is the same like the one I played. It's one starting point, and then you have multiple endpoints. I think these are fine, but I find these to almost be a bit too easy. Because when every puzzle piece has an actual use, there's no like red herrings. Like you can kinda... I find it fairly simple to brute force your way through this. Damn, this is not too shabby though. Fucking 84 reviews, estimated net revenue $1,000, released 2022. Very simple game. That's actually not too shabby, you know? I mean, for such a simple premise, I'd almost say that this game actually did quite well. Anyway. You were working, it's called research sharpie, get your act together. True, research is incredibly important. No, I think it is. Now, I don't know if we're gonna be completely honest here. I don't know if Grim Fandango is the most important research game. I still want to play it, to be very clear. But it is fairly similar, or fairly different compared to the game we are making, right? No volume thing? Okay, I'm just gonna do this in the meantime, because this might be loud. What do we have here? Yeah, so this is more what I'm thinking. Doing something like this, but then imagine that basically the entire space is filled out. Because this is also, I think one of the reasons why this becomes so simple is the fact that I know that every piece is going to be used. So it's... Wait, what? Oh, do they not have to connect? I guess not. But still, it becomes very easy when I know that every piece has a purpose. Why do I feel like every time I say something is easy, I get a little bit stumped? You can't connect downwards. How? What? These always rotate the same way, don't they? I can't connect this any other way, can I? It has to be down here. But then you're not right, and I can't connect you a different way. How does this make sense? I think I found a bug. Spam clicking, I made these rotate 45 degrees. I think I broke the game. Anyway, it's more similar to that, but with everything filled out. I think that makes it a lot more difficult, which I think is a bit more interesting. Sure, there are free Flash version of this made 30 years ago. I think so too. This, yes, this is what I think I want. What are your thoughts on turn-based games? I personally never liked turn-based. I haven't played a whole lot of turn-based games. I think they can be fun. I played a little bit of like Darkest Dungeon. I suppose the old like Pokemon Game Boy games are turn-based as well. I played those. But I think they can be good. It's probably not my most played genre, you know. But I can see the appeal of them. And is this done? What's this? Oh, that's the reset. So wait, do I need to do something more? Oh, does everything need to connect? Is that what I'm doing here? Because that would be slightly different. In that case, you must be something like that. You must be here. Boom. Boom, boom. You go back in that. I guess you could do this as well. But then how would you... No, that's impossible, isn't it? Oh, not unless you go there, you go there, you go there. Okay. Okay, so this is slightly different. This still has the thing where every piece is used. Which I think we could do, but if I want to actually... If I want to properly randomize it, I think this might be a bit more... Yeah, I think this might be harder to generate and potentially easier to solve than if you only have one correct path and like some of these are not used. I kind of want to compare now. Like obviously it's gonna get more tricky if I go for like a bigger one. I think something like this size is probably right, but seeing if there's a way to make it a little bit more difficult. Are there not like more of these? Is there only one for... Oh, this is like a daily one? I see. So I can go back. Ah, okay. I can go back in dates to find other ones. Because yeah, there's just something when every single piece should be used, I find it almost a bit too easy. Like it's almost not even a challenge, at least these small ones. Like, I'm not saying much about these. These are probably a bit trickier. But I feel like you'd be able to brute force this quite well too. It's like there can't be that many ways. Like here I know you must connect to that one because you have 4. You must be that way. You're gonna be over here. Maybe not. I guess you could go straight forward. It definitely gets trickier when you have more of these. I'm not going to deny that. But like, can these end? Do I have to actually connect them? I don't know. Chess. Chess is quite fun. I do enjoy chess. I'm not very good at it. Like, I can't be bothered actually like studying chess, but I do enjoy playing it. I had a little run when I got a bit obsessive about chess, as I do with most things I get interested in, but it didn't last too long. Most of RPG games still use turn-based logic. It's just action-based. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Probably hard to generate with consistent difficulty. I think so too. But this is where I feel like we have a solution, right? Which is to just not generate it. Like, to still have some variety, we could just make like 5 to 10 different levels. And then we randomly pick one. So they are handcrafted, but we pick them randomly, rather than like actually randomly generating it. Mass Effect Andromeda did Sudoku puzzles. Oh, I see. So wait, the red ones are locked, I assume. And yeah, then you need every symbol everywhere. These ones work too, but this is tricky to find an actual use case for. Unless this would be some, like, weird lock of sorts. And you, like, gamify the hacking of the lock in this type of manner. Like, it's harder for me to come up with, like, what this would actually do. Is this a lock here? Is this gonna... I assume it is, right? No, it wasn't. Okay, so was this, like, a way of hacking or something? Is that what that is? Because that's what the pipe puzzle in Bioshock was, right? I think that was basically a way of hacking those vending machines or something. I wonder though if this is easier or trickier if there are like fake pieces that you don't need to use. But I think this is another one of these, right? Where everything is just supposed to connect. I feel like that just makes it a whole... I feel like it makes it easier. Is it possible to find one where that's not the case? That's one we did before. You can start from the corners and edges. Another way to potentially make it difficult also is to just have more, like multiple entries, multiple exits. That is probably going to make it a lot more difficult to actually like procedurally generate it, but once again, we don't have to. Nothing says this has to be procedurally generated. This is way too easy. Like, it's immediately obvious what you need to do here. Whereas, if everything else was filled in, at least I feel like you'd have to think a little bit, because there might be some... It's easier to make some wrong assumptions. Obviously, the point here is not that this is supposed to be, like, super difficult, but it shouldn't be, like, immediately obvious either. Is this another Everything Connects game? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, has no one done this? Could potentially play around with the whole thing of maybe having... Oh, this one! Okay, okay. You could potentially play around with having a few locked pieces or something, or a few, like, blockers to, like, make sure you can't go certain ways. Okay, so this is more like what I'm thinking of, right? Okay, so you have to go up there. Boom. Still though, it will be kind of simple. Like, I'm unsure how to do a... Wait a second. To bring you up, that's not gonna help me though. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I go down here, and then up here, and then do this? So this is what I want, right? Here, the reason why I think it's good to have unnecessary pieces is that that's the entire reason why I kind of did the wrong assumption here, right? I feel like most of the time it becomes way too intuitive when every piece is supposed to be used. Now that one was pretty straightforward. So I guess this is what you said, Cheater, right? Like, the difficulty here kind of becomes the whole thing about managing the difficulty level. Like, making sure that the difficulty level is somewhat consistent. You have to go either up or down. You could go up here, but then do I get stuck here? I do. And I guess you also want to make sure that you can't... It's not too easy to find, like, a... Like, it doesn't feel good if you accidentally solve it either. So that's kind of an issue. Okay, that's the solution. But I still feel like these are taking, like, a little bit longer. And I wonder if you put the start and the finish on the edges, that's gonna always involve more pieces, which is gonna make it trickier too. Can I... Oh, do I need to watch a video to skip forward? Like, it would be interesting to see what, like, the last level is like. Like, what do they do to basically up the difficulty of this? Now are they hidden using some strange alien symbols? If I remember right, it was to open some ancient locks on machines. Yeah, I think that one works well for, like, a gamified ancient lock or something similar. And you obviously you could throw in more of, like, a sci-fi theme to make that work, or whatever it might be. For us, I don't know if maybe we need to have something that's a little bit more one-to-one. Which I feel like pipes have a pretty obvious use case. That's kind of the thing I like about these. But sometimes, like, if we just did a locked thing, something that opens up, we could probably play around a little bit more. with the, like, what the solution is. Wait. You have to go here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, no. You can go up, you go here, you go there, yeah. This is what I want. It's way more fun when you kind of mess it up at first. This felt too easy. I don't know if maybe I would need to... It's possible that we actually need to handcraft these levels. Like, playing this now, I'm kinda starting to feel that it's very possible that a randomized one is most of the time gonna end up being too simple. This is probably the longest one so far, but I still found it really easy. Like, the ones that feel the most interesting are the ones where I made the wrong assumption. So I think maybe making handcrafted levels where we try and make sure that the player will do a wrong assumption before they actually get it. Like, maybe you do like a shorter way that seems like it's going to work, and then just something doesn't work at the end. And then you realize that, oh, if I take this longer detour, I can get it to work. Do you know what I mean? Well, what about a repeat after-based puzzle? Like, you use the piano logic for it, like the Simon game, but without colors, yeah. That's basically what they did in Resident Evil, right? With the portable saves. Not really, no it isn't. No, Simon Says is slightly different. But that is fairly easy to make. You can also pre-assemble fate routes that distract the player. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, now the more I think about this, I'm starting to feel like if we're gonna do this, the solution might have to be to handcraft them. I don't know if I'm clever enough to generate solutions for something like this with a consistent difficulty level. Unless I just managed to do something where we made sure that the solution is always fairly long. Because the longer it is, most of the time, the more difficult it's going to be, right? Now that could be arbitrary difficulty, I suppose. What am I doing here? Oh, do I need to go down and then up? Wait, where am I connecting? Yeah, this is it. I like how some of them fill up, like, the wrong way. Like, that was far too easy. But that should just be because they didn't rotate the original pieces correctly at first. Okay, so you must go up instead. We go down here, go down, boom. It's a bit too easy. I'm not saying that this should take like 10 minutes for the player. But I do feel like we need some type of difficulty. Like, what the average time for one of these is apparently nothing. This one's self-solved. Is this generated? It must be. Are they generating this? There's no way they would make a handcrafted level that solves itself. Unless they only randomize the... Maybe they make a handcrafted level and then randomize how it's, you know, switched around. Maybe. Just that one, I didn't do anything. Okay, solution logically must be to go around here. Well, you need to go there. Nope, that doesn't work. So in that case, we go here, we go up, straight across. Tricky. It doesn't feel like it's getting a whole lot more difficult, like these are probably a little bit too easy. Oh, it's getting bigger now though. So let's see, how much does that affect the difficulty? Not that much. Like, obviously it's a little bit more time consuming, but I would say that was like a 10% difference or something. I guess this could also become easier because you have these pieces, right? Which there's no point in switching. Like, these are always going to connect correctly. So, if you made sure to only have the straight pipes and the curved pipes, then you could even make sure that they, like, every single one is misaligned. Potentially. Just researching still, not addicted to it at all. No, Akash, I don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm trying to see if they managed to ramp up the difficulty somehow. Right now, I'm not very convinced. Like, what is my average time here? Like 20 seconds or something? No, I don't think it's even 20 seconds on most of these. My average time is probably like 10-15 seconds. Yeah, how do we make sure that the player does something like that, like messes it up first? And like, this is not good either. Like what, I had to move 2 pieces? And that's the entire game. Oh, shit. That did feel a little bit too easy. In general. How would you make it more difficult but still have it be intuitive? What is this? Obviously way too easy. Was this the one I tried? No, that's one I did before. I'm not sure if having to connect all of them actually makes it more difficult. I almost feel like that makes it easier. This was not meant to be a research stream, it accidentally ended up being that. I do suppose that sliding the pipes... Oh, I can't access settings until I do the tutorial. No, this is too easy. Sliding the pipes like that Steam game we found would probably be a little bit more difficult. Not that like my end goal is just to waste time, but like sometimes I feel a little bit like if you solve it in 10 seconds, is there that much of a point of having it? Do you know what I mean? Alright, it's getting a bit hot in here. Let me just take off my hoodie. I do suppose that potentially doing the slide thing would be easier to randomize as well. But then it's like annoying because that one's different, because then you kind of know the solution. Like it's probably fairly easy to figure out what the solution is, but then it's just mechanically difficult to do it. You know? It's more interesting to have something where figuring out the solution is the difficult part. Hey Chop, if I'm able to have my game tease animation up by next week, would you watch it? Not a trailer. I need a deadline or I won't finish it. Of course. For sure, yo. Okay, this is another one where you have to connect all the pieces. Oh, maybe you don't. Is that... all of them must be connected? Sliding puzzle. I know this is a trope. Can I find a pipe one just out of curiosity? Is there a word for those sliding puzzles? Is there like an actual term for them? Sliding puzzle. Sliding tiles. Because I feel like maybe this would be better. We definitely are going closer to like a trope here, but... oh, but it is true, like the thing that I think Cheetah said. If we do this with pipes, and we have like repeats of the same tile, it's kind of gonna make it easier than a normal sliding one. Numbered tiles. Well, this does become a bit more difficult, because, I mean, obviously now we have numbers. Without the numbers, it's not entirely intuitive which one is supposed to be in which place. So you would kind of need to... brute force it a little bit. Wait, I need 6 to be there. So wait, can I not just... no, that's not gonna work. Wait, how the fuck do I do this? Wait. How do I do this? I need to move this one. Wait, I need these two to basically swap place. Like so. Or preferably not, so that I could rotate you around. Because now I'm gonna... get stuck here instead. Wait, how the fuck do you do this? 5, 6, 4. That's not right. Something needs to move. I want it to be... You're gonna go first. I want 4 to be down here. Yes, I want to do something like this. And then just move them all the way around. Boom. Like, on average, a puzzle like this would take me a lot longer than one of those rotating ones. I kinda like the mechanic of rotating more, but I don't know, I kinda start feeling like maybe it's just too easy in general. Unless you can do something with more shapes. But that's probably gonna simplify it instead. Like, if I have 45-degree angles and stuff, it's gonna be obvious that the 45-degree ones connect to other 45-degree ones. I think that would just make it even simpler. Unless I just do it a lot bigger. But like, at the same time, how difficult is it for me to find a connected path here? Fairly simple. Ah, shit. What if they are hexagons? Hexagon rotating puzzle. Yeah, more options, that is true. I think I even saw one of those, didn't I? Wasn't there someone that did actual... I think someone even did pipes like this. Okay, so here, this is a everything needs to connect type of puzzle. Okay, hexagon pipe connecting puzzle. So I guess this might be more of a difficulty when it comes to the art, because I can't inherently rotate something in 5 different ways. But that's not the end of the world, but I just have to make it a little bit more. I have to make like 1 more, or maybe a few more. Wait, how the fuck do I even make a hexagon? Hexagon is 5 pieces. That would give me 6. So what? It's something like this. Perfect hexagon. Because then if I have 1 pipe going this way, but that's no, because the issue is that I won't be able. I don't think I can make a true hexagon, can I? Pixel art hexagon. Maybe I can. Not really. I mean, it's not gonna rotate perfectly. I suppose that's the thing. But that's a... Oh, I'm thinking of a pentagon. Yeah, hexagon is 6. Right. That actually does make it easier. I was mixing stuff up. Well, I can't do actual 45 degrees. It would probably be something more like this, right? Yeah, just I would need to draw a few extra. Like, if we have a straight pipe, that would be something like this. But obviously, if you turn this, I would have to redraw that one. But it's not really the end of the world. And then curved ones. I suppose here we can have either curved like this, or curved like this. And then those we can just flip. Yeah, we should be able to flip those for any direction. No, there's also this one. That's the only other one I would need to make. Okay, can I find a game like this? Sorry guys, we do have some ads going at the moment. Fuzzlings, welcome in, man. We're back to game dev. We are indeed. Just update the whole game to use hexagonal pixels. That's a Pentagon Sharpie. I know, I fucked it up. Sorry, man. Okay, so this is one where you have multiple exits or whatever you want to call it. How does this make sense? Okay, I think you have to connect here. No. Now you're locked off. So I do that. Switch you around here. I seem to... If everything needs to connect, I probably need to go around here. Connect you to that one. Maybe you there. So that's not right. Oh, this one... No, you can only connect to one. Okay, so this one has to be here. There's no other solution. Oh yeah, this is right. Okay, it definitely makes you think a little bit more. If you don't have pipes puzzle in your puzzle game, is it even a puzzle game? Now, the interesting thing I would like to know is it easier or more difficult if there's only one point of entry and one point of exit or whatever? Is that easier or more difficult? Settings. Size grid. Hexagonal wrap. Oh. Oh, fuck no. It would be nice if I could find one. I have no idea what that is. That only has like one entry and exit point. I would like to... Because I'm still not entirely convinced whether that makes it easier or more difficult. Because you could make the whole thing longer by doing that. I don't know if I wanna prototype the entire thing just to test this. Okay, what is this? How do I have to... Is this a download? It is. This seems like it might be a one connection. Tubing puzzle. That's all connecting as well. 3 streams straight from Fuzzlings, cheers man. Make it unsolvable, be evil. Whoever made this is a giant nerd and I love it. Choose your grid for a pipe puzzle, yeah. This is kind of what I would like to try. Something where there's only one point of entry and exit, but preferably bigger and with ones that you don't need to use. Like, I would be intrigued to see whether that makes it easier or harder. Because when all of them are used, I think it becomes way too intuitive. I think that makes it a lot easier. Especially if you only have one point of entry and exit. Because then you can kind of fairly easily guess how you need to go around it. Okay, this looks like you would have unnecessary pieces. But then it's a little bit weird when you can connect stuff that just stops. I'm not a huge fan of that. Very small detail, but it slightly annoys me. Let's just try a hexagon puzzle. What can we find here? Yeah, a lot of this is just gonna be like fit stuff incorrectly. Shit, is this not gonna work? This seems too different. Sliding puzzle is definitely more tricky. Screenshots are not very intuitive. I don't really know what's going on here. But is everything... What? How does this work? Oh, you move them. Oh, okay. I see. Strom, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Boom Trout coming in as well. Hexagon connect puzzle. We're doing some research here, trying to find some puzzle we could do for Shroud of Gloom. Thinking about potentially having like a brute force-ish puzzle about like rotating stuff, but I'm struggling finding a exact implementation that would be... I don't know, that would be fun, but also have a little bit... Like, it needs to be intuitive, but also have some difficulty. Like, I find that most of these, like, rotating puzzles seems kind of far too easy. Like, they work for a game where you have multiple levels, but if there's only one section like this in the game, and it takes you 10 seconds to solve it, I feel like that just... I'm not sure that would work for us. You look puzzled or vexed even. Trying to steal a new original idea from another game? Exactly, there we have it. 5x5 hexagonal... Oh, this is the one we did. I don't know if we're gonna do this as actual water pipes, then I am unsure. I'm very much unsure if having multiple of these connection endpoints makes sense. I guess you could go down here as well. Then what's the purpose of you lot? Okay, a bigger grid definitely makes it a bit more tricky. I guess that should also be because I've fallen for some red herring here. But this feels like it kind of has to be this way. This corner kind of must be correct, but obviously I'm messing something up here. You, I just should connect like that, but that still leaves me with these. I can't really turn you in a way that makes sense, can I? Because now I can't connect you. You could... no, but then you would lock that one, and that's not gonna be right. Okay, this definitely did get a little bit more tricky here. No, that doesn't work. No, you're locked. Oh shit. Okay, this ramped up the difficulty. This definitely... what was this? 7 by 7 with multiple connection points. This is the first one of these rotating puzzles that I actually feel a little bit stumped by. You almost have to be like that, which means you should connect like up here. No, because you could go down here. And then you go around like that. You go boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay, I like this more. This is actually a bit of a puzzle. The other rotating ones we've done so far, I've had like an average solving time of like 15 seconds. Here it feels like I actually do need to think a little bit. But I would be interested how that would change. Say that we make it... what if you even kept it 5 by 5 and then you had one entry point and one exit point and you had to connect those? Maybe that could work. Fuck, should we try it? Don't make it too intimidating. Yeah, just that's kind of what I'm fearing here. Like, being presented with this, I do feel a little bit overwhelmed at first. Now, I do think if there's only one connection and one exit, and you don't need to use all of this stuff, like you just need to find one way that works, then I... boom. Like now I connected that one over here. But was that too easy instead now? Should also do the thing where maybe we have 2 exits. Because I don't want this thing where there's like endpoints all over. I'm not sure I like that for our puzzle. Let's see if this is even possible making with our pixel art. Because it would be like the entirety of the puzzle cannot really be bigger than maybe something like this. I guess we should do it wider though. I don't know if I want it taller than this. Then somehow we need to have hexagons. That makes sense. I don't know, 45 degrees is never gonna line up correctly, is it? Like, it's always gonna feel a bit weird, because it's not gonna be a hexagon. And this is gonna be too little in it. Is it? That kinda feels like it could work. And then what? You would have... Yeah, oh, I think it would be nice if you could, like, fully connect these. Because here we would kind of need to have some spacing. I guess that would be fine too. Ah, shit, do I like this? I don't know. I'm being a bit indecisive here. I think I still think it could be cool if you had to find the pie pieces, so you get the puzzle pieces and maybe some hexagons are missing. It could be. The only thing is that, like, half the reason why I want to make a puzzle like this is that so you can just solve it. Because right now, every single puzzle in the game works the way that you're saying, Boomtrout, as in, like, you find the thing and then you can't do it because you're missing something. You're missing a key, you're missing a puzzle piece, there's always something stopping you from making the thing. And I feel like it could be nice to like break up that pacing by at some point in the game having a puzzle that you can just solve. Like, you find a puzzle and you can just solve it. Do you know what I mean? Any reason why you don't use a 3x3 square one? Just looking for fancy puzzle. Wait, what do you mean 3x3 square one? I'm not sure if I'm following. One, two, three. What happens if I... Oh, well, that's gonna look odd. It doesn't look too bad. Because if I did it like this, I think Can I not always connect these? I can. So these... Oh no, because now the lower one is gonna have an issue, isn't it? Yeah, now that one doesn't work. Okay, so I would need to add one here. Now I can... well, I can align you here, boom, perfectly. And I can align one here perfectly, right? Yeah. So this could work. They are kinda small. Which means that this would be a fairly large puzzle. But then the way we could have made it simpler is by only having... I think it's fine if it was a bit bigger, if there's still only like one connection point. Ah, fuck, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. And the issue is that if we do the square ones, it just feels too easy. Like, well, all the games I tried, the average solving time is like, what, 15 seconds or something? Like, that almost feels too easy, to the point of like, if it doesn't take more than 5 seconds to solve it, like, fucking what's the point of it? Do you know what I mean? Brainard Games, welcome in, man, how you doing?
Hello.
And then doing hexagons is gonna make it more difficult to generate a solution for this as well. Once again, I don't mind making handcrafted levels. I wouldn't need too many anyway, so that's not the end of the world. No Jewel, welcome in, man. Replicat release, let's fucking go, man. Share the link, man. Send it in the chat. Big congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, go and support our fellow developers as always. We did play the demo for Replicat on stream. It's a really cool game. It's basically a roguelike deck builder, like... I would say no, it's more like... what's the game called? Balatro, but like memory style, if you know what I mean. Reviews are looking good, let's go, man. 10% sale. Damn, we got quite a lot of localization in here too. I still need to sort out Japanese, man. Oh, you do have European Portuguese though. That's cool. Let's go, man. Big congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check it out. Support our fellow developers as always. Working on a puzzle for your game? Yeah, I was thinking about making it more like a brute force puzzle. Like something, I feel like all the puzzles in the game currently require you to find something or to either find a thing or find knowledge to be able to solve it. Whereas, yeah, I feel like it could be nice to have one puzzle that's more of a brute force puzzle where kind of to break up the pacing. Like you can just solve it. Like when you find a puzzle, you just need to mechanically solve it. But I'm kind of struggling finding the exact thing I want to use. So I was thinking about doing this like pipe connecting puzzle. But doing normal, just like straight pipes and 45-degree pipes and like rotating them feels too easy. Like I tried a few Flash games and whatnot. But like 90% of them you can solve in like 10 seconds. Doing hexagons would definitely make it trickier. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So it would, you know, it should have been something like this. If you have a start point and an end point, all of these are like scrambled in random orders, and you need to rotate them to basically create the connection over here. Played the demo way too many times. It's a good game, man. Very exciting. I hope the release has been good so far, Brainard. I hope it wasn't too stressful. I don't know, the thing I'm scared of here is that this feels like it stands out a lot. Like a lot. Like the other close-up puzzles I have are very... They feel a little bit more grounded in the environment. They feel a bit more... I don't know, realistic or whatever you want to call them. And then all of a sudden you find this. It feels like there's a big contrast here, do you know what I mean? Which I'm not sure if I like. I mean, it's always stressful, but also fun, yeah. Great Grievance, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to have ya. Because it needs a skin like sewer pipes or electric wiring. Yeah, that I already have. It's not in the demo, but I do have this puzzle in the game. I guess one maybe... is that gonna make it tricky though? Like, what if you did this, but without... What if you did this without the actual hexagons? Like, basically you can rotate them all those different ways, but you actually never show the actual hexagons, if you know what I mean. So you want to connect that one down here or something. And obviously we would make this look a little bit better later on with like, you know, some more shading, make it read a little bit more like pipes. Maybe do some, I don't know. Okay, so we go down here, we do some shit like this. Boom. And then let's do some, just to get an idea of what this would look like. Let's do some random misaligned pieces or whatever. That doesn't work. It would be something like this. Like, is that somehow gonna make it harder to read? Is it gonna... I don't know, it could. Basically, to make it look more grounded in the game world, like the rest of the stuff, we could just do this. But I don't know if that's the solution, man. It still feels a little bit chaotic. Obviously, it would probably look better once you have, you know, actual art for it. Is that everything? Okay, you do that, you remove the hexagons. And then you, what, you like put this in some square thing, like it's a box in the wall. Maybe we even add a little bit of like a 3D effect on it, like we show some depth here. I kind of feel like this is gonna stand out too much. Maybe not, maybe it's fine. I don't know. Good, got contracts finalized, scheduled some holiday time for next week and decided to start my morning with a little coffee and flour today. Wait, coffee and flour? Nice to hear you doing good grievance. GG on the contracts as well. Sam the Hammer, welcome in. Mosaic tiles. That one's harder to find an actual use case for, though. Or like find the, what's the consequence? Oh, okay, I get you. Oh, I guess this would look more rounded if these actually connected to the end here, and maybe you did something like this. It is very similar to the wire puzzle I have, though. Not really. But it feels a little bit odd. It feels like there is a big difference between this puzzle and like these other ones. I feel like it could have looked better if I actually did the bigger ones, square ones, where you would only have like straights and 45-degree ones. Just having them be thicker would probably make it, I don't know, make more sense in the world, I think. But then the issue is that you're gonna solve it in like 10 seconds. And like how worth is it to do a bunch of work for a puzzle that the player will solve in 10 seconds? Do you know what I mean? I used to own a smoke shop. Oh, really? We shut it down earlier this year. I've got a questionable amounts of product in my garage. Oh, that's funny. And Mary Pond, welcome in, man. How you doing? Did you beat Grim Fandango? I did not. I still need to get through it. I still am going to play it, but decided to see if I could figure out a new puzzle for the full version of the game today. But definitely struggling a little bit here. I don't know if this is what I'm looking for. But then we have the issue, which is that I don't know what else to go for. Basically, I'm thinking about making... What kind of puzzle? Yeah, I'm thinking of having a kind of brute force puzzle. I don't know if that's the best way of describing it. What I mean is it like a puzzle that you just mechanically solve to kind of break up the pacing of the game. So, to explain that a little bit better, basically every puzzle in the game right now, you have to either find something or some knowledge to then solve the puzzle, right? Like, you know, either like as simple as find the key to open the door, or like you find this mechanical thing but there's a missing piece, or etc. You know, basically I feel like it could become a bit repetitive if every time you walk up to a puzzle there's always something that's blocking you, or like you walk up to the safe but you don't know the code. There's always something you need to go and do to return and finish it. And I feel like it could be nice to break that pacing by having one puzzle that you just mechanically solve. Like you go up to it and you go, oh, okay, I intuitively understand what I need to do here and I just need to do it, you know? But I'm struggling a little bit finding a puzzle like that makes sense for the game, and that also has some amount of difficulty to it. Like obviously it shouldn't be like super difficult, but like my first idea was to have this like pipe connecting puzzle where you have to rotate the pipes. And at first I was thinking about just doing like straight and 45-degree pipes and you have to rotate them correctly. Probably wouldn't be too difficult to randomly generate a solution if we wanted to go a bit strobe creep as well. But the issue is that when I tried those games, I realized that they are just way too easy. Like, my average solving time on most of those levels is like 10 seconds. And that's fine for a game that has like 20 levels, right? But when this is a individual piece, one level in the game, it feels bad that if it just takes you 5 seconds to solve it, right? So there needs to be some difficulty to it. So then we started thinking, okay, what if we do like hexagonal things instead? Because then if there's more ways you can turn it, that will make it objectively more difficult. And then either you could keep the hexagons or actually remove them. I guess you could make them way darker too. But the issue I'm finding here instead is that this doesn't feel as like grounded in the world compared to the other puzzles I have. Like this one feels a lot more abstract, I suppose. This puzzle feels way more abstract compared to the other like close-up puzzles I have, which I suppose you could argue are fairly grounded in the environment and they feel like realistic. There's like very little stuff that's abstract, whereas this feels very abstract. So I'm not sure if this fits the game in the same way. What if the puzzle itself was simple-ish, but it was also a missing information puzzle? What do you mean by missing information puzzle? What's a word for presented within the game? What's a word for presented within the game? I don't know if I know what you're referring to, Tama. Like UI? We talked about it once. Oh, diegetic? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I think you're looking for diegetic. Like diegetic UI. That's like more integrated in the game world. Is that how you spell it? I think that's how you spell it. Diegetic. Did I misspell that? No, I think that's correct. And yeah, that could kind of be said. Like, in some regard, this puzzle feels way less diegetic. It feels more abstract, which I'm not sure if it fits the vibe of the game. It would be fine if I do more of these, and like, you know, there were a few of those, but right now everything feels kind of realistic or like grounded in reality. Being intentionally vague, to be honest, just thinking, what if the puzzle challenge didn't come from strictly aligning the pieces? Could be dark areas, connectors you need to collect, or other facets that add complexity? Yeah. Dark areas is interesting. Connectors you need to collect, that I feel like the main issue with that, does it, like on paper, that's a great idea, and obviously that's what we do with a lot of these puzzles. But the issue is that then this turns into yet another one of the normal puzzles in the game. Whereas I feel like half of the reason I'm interested in making a puzzle like this is that it doesn't become the whole thing about, oh, I found this puzzle, but I can't solve it. I need to go and find something. Like, it feels like there's always this like obstacle whenever you're presented with a puzzle, and I'm basically thinking of ways to break up that pacing a little bit. So if we remove a few puzzle pieces here, we're basically back through a normal puzzle where now you're presented with a puzzle, but you cannot solve it. What about looking up some mechanical brain teasers or tavern puzzles and see if you can find some puzzle that might suit your game? You can adapt them to fit or make it a tad bit easier by solving some of it for the player. Yeah, mechanical puzzles. Yeah, there's a lot of these type of things. These ones are strictly something like this could be tricky to find a solution for, unless it's an abstract lock of sorts. I don't know what did you say? Tavern puzzles? I don't know what that is. I don't think I've heard this expression. What's a tavern puzzle? Reproductions of a type of puzzle traditionally forged by blacksmiths to amuse their friends at country. Oh, I think I know what this is. Yeah, I know this. I don't know how I would make something like this, though. Because this is like, you have to bend it the right way and stuff. 2D pixel art, that seems like it could be a challenge. What about minigames from RPGs? Do you have an example? Yeah, this I think is tough in a 2D space. But it is an interesting idea. Like a puzzle that you don't need an item for. You can solve it immediately. But it's still, preferably, that should still be a little bit of... This looks like a... This is a pipe connecting puzzle. But like, I bet that you can solve this one really quickly, can't you? It seems like everything probably doesn't have to connect here either, because that piece will always connect over here. Because that's the issue I find with those, like, pipe rotating puzzles. Like, even these ones that have, like, multiple exits and stuff, like, in general, they just seem to... far too easy. No, I think this is the same one I did before. But still, that's like 15 seconds. I feel like it probably needs to be a little bit longer. This is not just for the sake of like it taking time, but it almost feels unnecessary to have it if it's that easy to solve. What do we have here? Yeah, the sliding ones, they do work, because I think sliding puzzles inherently add a bit of like mechanical complexity. And that should be something like, there should be a box which you unlock by basically doing a sliding puzzle. Otherwise, we could connect it with the pipe sliding puzzle. We did actually find an example of someone actually using pipes for this. This is another one. How does this work? Yeah, basically. So this is like a mix between the two, right? Like you kinda slide the pipes around to connect them. I think that would up the mechanical complexity and make it a little bit more difficult. Where's the... we found another one. Pipe sliding puzzle Steam. There was more like a conventional... oh, that's the same one. Sliding puzzle. Water pipeline, was this the one? No. Yeah, just this is... I think this is one of the rotating puzzles, but like this is... like I immediately understand what to do. Just you can already see the connection. And I think even if you placed a bunch of other ones here, they are unused. I still think it's probably too easy. Like you can just solve it a bit too quickly. Mini pipes, was this the one? No, that's not the one either. Where the fuck is the other one? Pipes connect? Cogs. Like this. Basically, we can keep the theme of having pipes, but to make it more interesting, you actually make it into a sliding puzzle. Like, it's slightly easier than a normal sliding puzzle. As Cheetah pointed out, if you have like repeats of the same parts, it means you can use them in multiple places, right? But that could work. Sliding puzzles, and it could be a picture of one of the characters in your house. Yeah, to be fair, the reward could be a hint or something as well. Just obviously, if we have a puzzle, there needs to be something you get out of it. That's a nice thing, one of the reasons why I'm thinking of pipes. I already kind of have a puzzle that's related to this, but I could basically switch out the actual puzzle part of it into this. Because it's fairly easy to find a use case for it, right? Like, connecting pipes makes something requiring pipes to work, right? Yeah, exactly. So I feel like this allows me to have a fairly realistic problem, as you say, grievance. In this case, it will be something more along the lines of plumbing, whereas obviously the other one I already have is the wire puzzle, which is not on the demo. It's here. But yeah, good idea to think like what are other realistic problems you could have, but that you preferably should have a mechanical puzzle to solve. You can make it complicated by jumbling it up more and more. More squares or less squares, yeah. But one of these, where it's easy to figure out what you need to do, but you need to roll the ball into the right place. Yeah, so this is basically similar. But this might as well be pipes. And then it seems like this is a... With the arrow, I assume this is a sliding puzzle too. Pipes on the sliding puzzle is pretty cool. Doesn't need to be too difficult because you can repeat the puzzle later with high difficulty. Question is if I want to repeat it. You know, like the game is going to be fairly short. I feel like most likely I have more to lose on repeating puzzles, maybe. I don't know if that's entirely true, but it kinda feels like it. But that's one of the reasons why I feel like it has to actually take some time to solve it. Like if it's a non-repeated puzzle, it can't be solved in like 10 seconds. Unless like with the example of a sliding puzzle, maybe someone is a fucking professional at sliding puzzles and they complete it instantly. But that's an exception, right? Like for most people, I feel like it should take a little bit to solve it. How about a memory game? Could do that. That feels like it maybe could lean on being a bit too simple as well. And it's harder to find a concrete like implementation of it or like what it should do. Like what happens when you solve... Especially if you want to be like somewhat realistic. Like if the solution is that when you've turned all of them, you understand some clue with it, like then you could argue why can't the player just turn them? Like why do you have to actually play memory? Do you know what I mean? Unless you mean memory just like you need to use your memory to solve it. I was thinking like classic, like the memory game. Because Simon Says is another one, the thing when you have to like repeat some sequence. Like those, something like that could work too. Also probably fairly simple, which I don't know if that is an issue inherently. But like some of these are just like... I feel like there's very little actual difficulty. Like, I feel like I almost don't even have to think to solve these. Do you know what I mean? Of course, when it gets bigger, it gets trickier, but then it ends up looking like this, which I think is... It feels a little bit too abstract for my game. Fun fact, I am a sliding puzzle boss. I'm definitely not. I just tried one... today on stream, and I fucking struggled with them. I think one interesting thing about sliding puzzles is that you can make them... You could, if you want to up the complexity a little bit, and maybe even trip over some professional sliding puzzlers, you could introduce different shapes so you can't move them however you want. That's what they did in Forgotten Hill. I'm not gonna be able to find that. Because if we turn this into a sliding puzzle instead, then I think we could make it fairly small. Well, I did like a 3x3 one. And that still took me like a minute and a half to solve. Now, again, you could argue that it feels a little bit weird. Like, it's not super grounded in the... in the world still. Like, it is fairly abstract, right? Which I don't know, maybe isn't an issue, but there is like a... I do think it's fair to say that there's like a contrast to the other puzzles I have in the game, which have basically no level of abstraction. But would players actually even stop to think about that? Probably not. Probably not. The fact that the pieces end up being bigger, I feel like, makes it less abstract. Because here the issue is that if we make this into a rotation puzzle, then it's just too easy, right? Like, you solve this in like 4 seconds. Tower of Hanoi? Yeah, I've seen these. That's when you have to like move them to the other side. But still, you can't place the smaller ones above the big ones. These are interesting. Little bit harder again to like find the... like, what's the purpose of doing this kind of thing? Does everything need to have a purpose? Yes, I think so. If the player solves a puzzle, something needs to happen. And like, what... because then the thing that these kind of become tricky... where these become tricky is like, but what happens when you get them to the other side? Like, what does that do? Do you know what I mean? Now, I'm probably being pedantic here, but you could also argue that, like, why couldn't he just lift all of them and move them over? Now, I know I'm being pedantic here, and I think a lot of players probably wouldn't think like this. Yeah, I think so. I think I have a tendency to overthink this stuff a little bit. That will increase playtime by 100 hours. Just a tip, most hated puzzle in the world is sliding puzzle. Yeah, and I also think it's a little bit of a trope with point-and-click games. Arm wrestling minigame with the monster. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and get a bit more tea during the break, but I'll be back in just a moment. Totally left rule, but what if you were adjusting a multiple pulley system? I don't know if I know what that is. Something that moves something. Okay. This should work for a normal puzzle, like maybe you have to align it and you have to find like weights for it or something. Potentially. Okay, ads are running. Let me take a quick little break here and then I'll catch up with chat. Thank you for your patience, as always. Cheers. And we are back. Well, it's the same with the sliding puzzle. Why can't I just lift and rotate the pieces freely? That's a good point. No, and I actually think, to be quite honest, I think even just a sliding puzzle is way more abstract than the other puzzles I have in the game. Like, my game has... Right now, there's very little abstraction in general. At the same time, I don't know if that is an actual issue. Like, because I've played a lot of point-and-click games. I have never reacted to the abstractions in puzzles they have. So I don't know if people would chat. That's why I'm saying, like, I am probably being too pedantic here. Because, like, when I played this game, for example, like, I could think that way about so many of these puzzles. Like, this is a pure abstract. Like, why? Like, what is this? It's just a thing you twist and turn. Like, it's not really grounded in reality, right? But it works, and I don't think people really think that much about it. I mean, I know I didn't. Like, what is that? Oh yeah, you move some things and that opens a door. Like this, you need to click on these in the right order. And that opens a secret compartment. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, all of this has a lot of, like, layers of abstraction to it. Is this a sliding puzzle? I think it is. Okay, basically all of this, it opens something. So I think it is fine, right? Even if you have this type of, like, abstraction. I think the thing that makes me a little bit hesitant to do it right now is just because I have, like, an hour of content in the game with zero abstraction. So for me, right, like, the reason I think it's fine here is because they have this all over, so you don't really think about it. It's just that's how the game works, you know? Whereas if I do one thing now in the game, if I add one thing with this, like, amount of abstraction, it's going to be the only thing in the game with that amount of abstraction. Do you know what I mean? What if you need to put together a broken vase or broken statue? You need to slot it into a slot to unlock or solve the puzzle. That seems like the easiest way to do would be drag and dropping. People just accept anything can unlock your dogs or boy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly. Grievance, that's what I think too. Like, I think it would be more jarring if it was a single abstract puzzle in a game that's 99% diegetic That's kind of why I feel like this is an issue. Like, if I would have started making the game like this from the get-go, I don't think anyone would have, like, batted an eye, whatever the expression is. Now it feels odd because, like, here basically every puzzle has some layer of abstraction to it. Like, half of these are just like, it's a random puzzle, right? That just happens to also do something in the actual world. Like, most of these you open and, like, straight from the get-go, it's hard to even tell what it actually is. Like, what was this one? You have to, like, pull the coats in the correct order or something to make the owls fly away. Like, a lot of these point-and-click games have fairly, like, abstract and almost kinda random puzzles. But this is the only one that feels somewhat diegetic. As in, like this feels like a natural object in the game world. Like, environmentally it made sense. But like this is a sliding puzzle, by the way. I was talking about this, where they have like different shapes, which actually does complicate it a little bit. But it is very abstract. This one is the one I've seen in a lot of point-and-click games. Like this exact one. But it is fairly random, right? And that happens to unlock this one. I'm by no means complaining at these games, because I think it's fine. It's not like I ever reacted to like, oh, this feels like a very abstract puzzle. It's just like, no, this is how the game works. But in my game right now, the way I've started making the game, this just doesn't make as much sense. It feels like it stands out a lot when everything else kind of is grounded in the environment of the house. Yeah, that's basically Sudoku, right? Repetition leads to nothing. Let's not even comment on what just happened there, because I've played this and I don't even know. It was a fun game though. I actually did enjoy this one. I did get stuck at one point, I know. Piano puzzle. Maybe a bit of a trope as well. But yeah, I would say that in these games, like, this is kinda grounded in the environment. Like, you have to mix something here. But I would say that here, it's like 90% of the puzzles feel completely abstract or random. But then, it doesn't feel odd to all of a sudden stumble upon a puzzle that's like integrated in the game world. But I think the opposite would be a lot more odd. If you like, if every puzzle in the entire game is grounded in the environment, and then all of a sudden you stumble upon like a completely abstract puzzle. House of Da Vinci, the crazier the better. But in Resident Evil, when you have strange puzzles, they are just some ancient things you need to open. But Resident Evil still tends to ground them in the environment, right? Like, there might be some unrealistic thing, like you rotate an entire house, but like, you do it kind of diegetically, right? It's not this thing where it basically... I mean, I guess you could argue this has some layer. Just like, this is the puzzle, right? Like, it is there in the game world. It's not entirely intuitive what this is, if that makes sense. Yeah, drag and drop the pieces, but they also need to be rotated in the right direction, otherwise they won't fit together correctly. Where you basically have a silhouette of the slot, so you know what it should fit together to look like. I am also, I'm gonna be honest, I am also a little bit hesitant. I know I'm being very fucking stubborn here about a lot of things, but I'm a little bit hesitant to, like, dragging puzzles. Because that is another one of those where I don't have dragging anywhere in this game. And I feel like if we start introducing dragging in, like, one puzzle, then you're gonna kind of expect to be able to drag other things. And I also, like, somehow need to teach this to the player now. I mean, sometimes I think it would be fairly intuitive, but it makes it fairly simple for me and the player if they just learn that everything is click interactions. If you want puzzles that feel right, then they have to be logical and deduction puzzles like you already have. I don't know. I guess that's kind of what I'm wondering. Or like, I don't know if that's... I think you could still have mechanical puzzles. In some regard. It's just difficult finding, like, how to actually do it. It feels like you should be able to still have a just mechanical puzzle. Like, even something like this could work, but then yeah, the issue is that if you're going for, like, the realistic outcome, it's like, why... What would the trigger be here? Like, solving this. Okay, wait. If we would keep, like, the pipe thing, could you do something where you have to turn valves correctly? It's probably gonna be very simple too, wouldn't it? What about the literal puzzle on the desk? You get to keep the interaction, but now it's diegetic. That can work. With those, it's more like... Then the question is, like, what is the outcome of solving it? Really don't know anything about your lore still, so hard to say what kind of puzzles fit your game. I don't think they have to really tie that much into the lore. I'm more... Just like this wouldn't tie into the lore of the game, really. I mean, I guess you could argue it's some environmental storytelling, perhaps, but it's mainly about tying it together with the environment that I feel like is the issue. Could have some puzzles that let you get information. Layered papers where you need to find the right position. An order of papers to find out the password, yeah. We have a few puzzle boxes in my house that have strange ways to complete them. Yeah, if you don't have dragging, that could be a problem. I think so too. Hilfert, welcome in, man. How you doing? Puzzle box with clue inside? Yeah. No, that could work. Does your game world have supernatural things in it, or is it all just real world? No, it does, but I do suppose that the majority of things still are somewhat grounded in the real world. Redesigning the Bioshock hat puzzle, I see. Yeah, I did actually look at that one, but I'm unsure if I can do this. I'm struggling with the consistency of it. Like, I was thinking about potentially doing a puzzle where you have to, like, rotate the pipes to make this connect. But with that, I feel like there's two kind of bigger cons, which is that it's going to be super easy. Like, most people are probably gonna solve it in like 3 seconds. And it's also, consistency-wise, it feels a lot more abstract than the other puzzles I have in the house. Same thing here, like to add complexity to it, you could make it like hexagons and, you know, that gives you a lot more complexity. But it feels even more abstract, so I don't know if it makes sense. Then I thought, okay, what if we turn this into like a sliding puzzle? Big trope in point-and-click games, but at least then it would add some mechanical difficulty. But it's still the whole thing with the abstractness of it, which, as I said, like, I think that works in a lot of puzzle games because they tend to have a very high level of abstraction. But like when all other close-up puzzles in the game are like fully grounded in the environment, it feels a little bit odd to all of a sudden throw in an abstract one. But yeah, I don't know. You could make a desk with a gentleman's drawer. That's a sliding puzzle. Sure, those actually exist in the Victorian homes. For the pipes, I imagine make them gas pipes. A small generator. Or a boiler or something. Yeah, this I would have an implementation for and like have an outcome for. It's just the actual like... if the puzzle fits the world or not. Don't overthink it, gamers won't think pipe puzzle in a mansion. Look at the puzzles in the OG Resident Evil games, collecting gems to open doors, etc. It's all silly but works. I think that is a good point. But I think it's more the fact that like I imagine that that game has a like quite a bit of that stuff, right? Which sometimes I find to... I think that's the reason why I'm like struggling a little bit with this. Because I basically have almost nothing like that in the game right now. So it feels like this stands out so much more. Like I said, when we looked at like Forgotten Hill, like 90% of the puzzles are completely abstract and random. But it still works. I didn't react to it at all. I had no comment on that while playing the game. And then like maybe 5% of them or something were like actually grounded in the environment. But it doesn't feel odd to solve a bunch of abstract puzzles and then found one that's environmental. I feel like it could be more weird if 98% of the puzzles in the game are like fully grounded in the environment and then all of a sudden you have one like abstract puzzle. So I suppose the issue is that like if I do something like this, I kinda feel like I need to add more abstraction to the game in general. For like the sake of consistency. Maybe not, like I'm open to hearing arguments against it, but I think that's kind of what I'm struggling with here. I agree with you, chap. I think you can go abstract, but you can't add just one abstract puzzle, yeah. Could have the pipe puzzle that you need to connect... you need to connect wires to turn on the filament light bulbs or something. I already have a wire puzzle in the game. Like this one is good because I have a use case for this in the house as well. That's why I kinda like pipes. It's just the actual implementation of it that like rotating these far too easy, I think. Sliding would complicate it a little bit, which in this case I actually think is good. Because then it's like, the puzzle is still fairly simple, but it's like a mechanical challenge. Oh yeah, to give some backstory of like the puzzle I'm trying to make as well. I'm basically trying to figure out a way to potentially have a puzzle that you're not... where there's no obstacle for you to solve it. Because every puzzle in the game right now is like, you find the puzzle, but you can't solve it. Because you're missing a piece, you're missing an item, you're missing the knowledge to solve it. Like, there's always something stopping you. And I feel like it would be nice to get some, like, break up the pacing of that by having something you can just solve it when you find it. That's how this all started. Guess that makes the question, how many more puzzles do you need to make? maybe twice as many. I already have a few more, like I do have more puzzles in the full game than in the demo. I do want the full game to probably, maybe even more. I would like the full game to be maybe 3 times the demo, something like that. Maybe 4 times the demo in content size. Just make a reason for the abstract puzzle, like old boxes you need to open or some older cupboards. What if you weren't clicking the pipes? What if there were 2-3 wheels that you spun to align valves? Throw in a pressure gauge. If you need to make that money, the odds of you having to go abstract eventually are pretty high. Yeah, that might be a fair point. At least if we want more variety, because otherwise it's fairly possible that it will get a little bit stale. Because basically what I want to try and avoid is that every puzzle is a like find Waldo type puzzle where it's like find this piece, put it in the right place. Find the key, open the door. Find the hammer, break this thing. Like, if every puzzle is like that, I think it's an issue. Like, we do have some which I think are good, that adds a bit of variety, like the, you know, I would argue like the safe puzzle, for example, that at least requires you to do some thinking as well. But I think having, especially the longer the game becomes, we basically need to have more variety, right? I don't know, should we just try this and feel it out? What if you weren't clicking the pipes? What if there were 2-3 wheels that spun to align valves? Isn't that kind of what they did in Forgotten Hill Mementos? But I think they did it with electricity instead. Is that what you mean? I wonder. Something like this. So here I think you need to... Oh yeah, and these point other ones, that's kind of what makes the puzzle, right? The fact that it feels like you're turning one correct, but then you mess up something else. Because you could do something like this as well, like basically the pipes already exist, but you have to turn the valves correctly. Now obviously if you turn each individual valve, then it's gonna be far too simple. But if you do the thing where basically we do kind of a copy of this, where turning one turns another one as well, that does add a layer of complexity. But then we need to make sure, this kind of feels like it would have to be a handcrafted puzzle, where there needs to be like a red herring. Like here I think, first you might assume that you need to go straight here, right? But I assume that causes an issue somewhere. Yeah, because this one cannot connect over here. And to get that one to be correct, then this turns down. So there's like a bit of a assumption that you have to break, and I think you wouldn't kind of need that for a puzzle like this. I would add this kind of puzzles to my older horror game. I would make stupid lore reasons for it. I found these strange boxes in the workers' lockers. They just keep getting harder and stranger. Maybe if I solve them, all, I get more information about them. No, I think you can do it. Like I said, I think I'm probably overthinking like how realistic stuff has to be. Like obviously looking at a game like this, I very much understand that it doesn't have to be that way. But it does, I do need to consider how it changes the entirety of the game, because I feel a little bit like Greven said, like if we add one abstract puzzle, I feel like we have to have more of them. It feels odd to have 98% environmental puzzle and then all of a sudden one abstract. Why not have a wire game, but on the side I have 3 connections or something? Splitters of different shapes, so you need to drag onto the broken parts of the connections. Some will need to be split into 2, some 3, some 4. You have to arrange it in the right way. Then that is grounded because the puzzle game will turn on the lights in the room. That is true. The slight problem with electricity is that I already have one of those puzzles in the full game. Like I already have a, this is a fairly simple one, but it's basically just a wire puzzle, like you need to connect this correctly. This is more of the classic puzzle though, where, you know, you don't know how to connect it, so you need to find something that hints at like how to actually make the connection. So I'm a little bit more inclined to basically turning it into pipes instead. But I think even like the thing that you said, Hilford, would work with a... Like that could be a pipe puzzle as well, right? Just like water valves instead of like circuit connections. I'm sure it will yield something that is usable in some way in the game. Just made something, yeah. I think so too. I think... because I have not gotten a lot done. Victorian boiler system. I do have a boiler in the game. It is uninteractable at the moment. Wait, this is up to... yeah, that's from the boiler to radiators. Make a meal for a rat so they crawls through the wall and opens the door for you. Grounded. Yeah, that is literally what they have. Maybe it wasn't this game. I think it was the first Forgotten Hill game I played. They legitimately had a puzzle like that. Which I think is fine though. Like, I don't think that is... I don't think people actually care that much. But I think these games, it's easier to get away with it here where almost every single puzzle is abstract. I know I'm being a bit pedantic here. So either we should do something like this. I don't know, this feels a little bit overwhelming at first glance. This wouldn't work with rotation because it would be far too simple, I think at least. Sliding puzzle, maybe less grounded, but that would add up the complexity. Otherwise, what if we did valves? I feel like that might... like, if we make this based on valves instead, it might actually feel more grounded, rather than like moving pipes around. Like, what if we already had the pipes? But you have to... can we find some example of this? I mean, I guess I could do something similar to this. We turn this into pipes, and then you have to like turn the water valves correctly. It's still like a little bit of an abstraction, but it feels a lot more grounded. Should be a combination puzzle. You have 3-4 valves and a pressure gauge. You need to get the gauge to the right level. The valves are unmarked. Yeah, like basically... Okay, we need to get the right pressure. That could work. I have seen similar puzzles in some point-and-click games. I don't know if it was this one. Because that is basically a full-on brute force puzzle, right? Which I think is fine. Like, that is kinda what I'm looking for here. So like each one would add a certain pressure. And you need to figure out which ones need to be on. Headed out, need to get back to programming a cat. Let's go. Have a good one, mate. You as well, Hilford. Thank you very much for dropping by. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, if you somehow have been living under a rock and you don't know the one and only Hilford James, go and check him out. Because then we could even make this bigger. Now, to be fair, I think this would be water pipes, which still are fairly small. If we want to make it bigger, what we could do is add like insulation on some parts. And then what you could do you could do some T-split thing. Put a little gauge on here. And then I suppose you have a pretty clear marker of like where that's supposed to be pointing. And then maybe there's like one little valve here. One little valve here, one little valve here. And maybe to get some visual feedback, what you could do is that when you screw these, you either screw them, you know, up or down, so that you can see like the position they're in. And then each time you turn one, it might like overshoot. Then maybe you turn off another one, now it slightly undershoots, blah blah blah, and you need to like figure out the exact sequence. The only annoying thing with this is that the good things about having valves you have to like properly connect, or having like the first thing we thought of, where you need to basically connect the pipes themselves correctly. The good thing about that is that you have a very obvious obstacle. The fact that the thing is not working, right? Like here you could argue that having a bit too little pressure just makes it work suboptimally. But like, if you have any pressure, then technically the thing should still kind of be working, I suppose. Time of the Hammer, welcome back. What did I miss? I had a meeting. I am still thinking of different puzzle ideas here. I guess what you could do to make that make sense is that this one is almost always pointing at the bottom. And then turning one might increase it a little bit. But no, because to make a puzzle like this interesting, I feel like it almost has to be that one is gonna add too much. But then like if you add too much pressure from your boiler, I'd say that this connects to like a water hose on the outside of the house. Do you know what I mean? In that case, if you end up having too much pressure, you should still be able to use the hose. Back to overthinking. But that is where I suppose that we could make this so that... And we could also... let me actually... Let's keep this. Let's do a new layer. What you could do... This doesn't make full sense, but like I said, we don't have... Everything doesn't have to be like entirely fucking realistic. What if... Maybe you have one pipe going out here. And then what you could have done... So this would be similar to what they did, right? Is that you have... different valves here. I don't know how you would actually turn these. I mean, I guess you could do... something like this. And then maybe like this one is pointing here, that one is pointing here, this one is pointing down. Now that doesn't work. So maybe you need to flip this one so that it points this way instead. And then to make it an actual puzzle, I think you kind of have to do the thing where some of these change multiple. So maybe like changing this one also changes that one or whatever. And then like the correct solution would be to try and make it go like this. Playing Pictionary, I think it's a dude with a mushroom on his shoulder. I went to high school with the daughter of the guy that invented Pictionary. Just a fun fact from my life, holy shit. This, something like this kinda feels like it could work. Any thoughts? So that would basically be the Forgotten Hill puzzle, but thematically switched from electricity into pipes. Still feels quite grounded in the environment. But we do need to have like a red herring. An easy way to add a little bit of variety to this as well, if you wanted to, is to randomly flip it horizontally. Something like that. Could even take this entire thing, flip it upside down as well, just to make it a little bit harder to remember the exact solution. Oh, but wait, if I flip it the other way... No, we should still connect, just it would point downwards instead of upwards. Oh, so I guess I flip the sprites as well. I could do that. Yeah, if all I do is rotate the sprites of the valves... When I flip this, then I could... If I flip this vertically, I could vertically flip all the sprites yet another time to still have them pointing upwards. Maybe? I don't know if that's entirely correct, but... However, I wonder if these are... Is this enough valves to make it an actual puzzle? Like, there needs to be an assumption. Say that, like, every single one is pointing incorrectly at first. And you need to make sure that there's an assumption. For example, the assumption would be that, oh, I just make it connect like this. But then somehow, the way you flip these, that's not possible. And then you realize that maybe you have to go around like this. Yeah, this would be very difficult to generate or randomize, I think. Unless I add more possibilities. Then it's easier to, I suppose, maybe accidentally have more solutions. Because if you would do it like this, then how many different ways could you take? You could go straight up left, straight up right. Or you could go straight up and then go around, straight up then go around and then straight up. There's actually quite a few solutions here. Could go all the way around, flip that the opposite way. You can't go down again ever. Unless I have one that points two different directions. Now I think this solution is the worst one. Like, that one would not feel good. I don't feel like this would be rewarding to solve. Whereas I feel like this, or the flipped versions, or something like this, feels more interesting. This feels like it could be fairly easy to maybe make like 5, 6 different handcrafted versions of. But then the question also is, how do these connect? Because I think the easiest way to make this into like an actual puzzle is to do something similar to what Forgotten Hills did, where like pressing this one will also rotate this one. Or like pressing this one will also rotate this one. Because if you can rotate any valve freely, then obviously the solution is super simple. Then you just make this work straight off the bat. How much complex was the one in Forgotten Hill? Quite a bit. They had a lot of valves, didn't they? Was that like halfway through the game? No, it was earlier. Yeah. There are what, 10 different valves and a lot more connections. I could do that too though if we wanted to. I think that could make it a bit more interesting. I'm gonna try this. Maybe. It's probably good if we have a bit of width on the pipes though, specifically for making sure that the valves are somewhat easy to read. Oh shit, yeah, it would kinda be good if the valves had a middle pixel. Because I don't know if this is readable enough. I don't think it is. Okay. If we make them 1 pixel wider, which means it's gonna be slightly misaligned horizontally, then I could do this. Is that clear enough though? Oh, what if I do this? That's a... Nope, that does not work. Okay, do I need to make them bigger? is if I do something like this, then I could actually make an arrow. I think that would be a bit more intuitive. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't have to make this bigger. I could have played with the... It's doing different colors. Do think I kinda prefer this though. Okay, how wide is this? The pipe is... Okay, 11 on the inside, so 13 by 13. Or 13 in width. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I wonder how many, like, valves we need. Still a little bit unsure whether or not I'm gonna be able to generate a solution for this. It isn't the end of the world if we can't though. TechBots, welcome in man, how you doing? Hope you've been well. How's the game coming along? So far so good, trying to figure out some new puzzles. Thinking about making some water valve turning puzzle thing. Don't know the exact layout I want here. But we can't do squares like this, because that doesn't make sense. This can only point one way. Maybe we could do... No, wait, I can't do this either. Because you only have one place where you can return, unless I do this. That could work. Okay, I think it's best to maybe do a general shape here. And then we break it up for something a bit more interesting. Potentially. Ads? Nah, let's snooze them. Okay, what do we have here? Boom. So let's maybe do something like that. Sure. Okay. And then around the center, let's say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Add 1. I think that should be right. How you doing, TechBox? That looks right. I wonder if it would look better to... Oh shit, can you do diagonally as well? See, one of these needs to move, right? Yeah, you need to go up half a pixel. I wonder if it would look better to do something like this. Make the thing look a bit more rounded. Oh shit. Right, you're not aligned perfectly. Whoops. And then if we want to make it a little bit more interesting, I think we should break up the shape in a few places. Maybe. With some coffee and a delicious pie sounds good. T-Band, welcome in. Game devin again, indeed. I'm still gonna go back and finish Grim Fandango. But I wanted to see if I could figure out some new puzzle for the full game today. And I have been going back and forth a lot. I still don't know if I love this, but I think it could work. And then basically at a ship, wait, do I want to have this many connections? Because then I assume each, I mean I don't need anything here, but basically all of these would need a valve, right? So in this specific one, oh wait, it can't be one there. Oh, technically I could put one there, whether it should go down or to the left. But that feels like it could be a bit overwhelming. I mean, to be fair, in Forgotten Hill Mementos, in that like electricity puzzle, did I just download that one? Oh, I can't just open it? Oh, is this a full walkthrough? I mean, they do have one in almost every point. Not really, just it could have been one here, 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 here. No, they actually do skip a fair amount of them. What's this game? The one I was looking at? It's Forgotten Hill Mementos. I played it on stream like a few months ago or something. It's probably longer. Ads should be over, welcome back. But is there any reason to put one here? Isn't that redundant? I feel like that should be redundant. Because there's no way that we could make a connection that goes like this and down, because now it's gonna stop here. So you should always be pointing this way, because that's the only way we can escape this, right? Unless you would... no, because you can't go up here and then... because then I'm stuck again. I think those are redundant. Whereas here you could have... no, this is redundant too. At least this one. Just either you go like so, which means you have to go up, or you go like so, which still means you have to go up. At least with the layout I have right now, there's no point where we could go down here, since there's no way I get stuck here. So wait, maybe that's what I should have thought of first. How many possible solutions do I have here? If we say that we do this layout, I mean, technically there's this one, but I feel like that one should not be possible. So this one should, in other words... Oh yeah, wait, I'm locked here. Maybe it's not good removing this. Because we never want to go up here. No, we could go up here if we then go around here. That feels like a okay solution. I guess this one is okay too. Maybe I need to make another shape. Otherwise, we can go through here. I think we have more possibilities here. I can go all the way around like so. Oh shit, and then you can start. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of things you can do here. Because I could go here and then up. That still feels complex enough. But you can also... You can go up here. And then you can go around this way. You can go up this way and go around there. But you can also go around here and then go down. Okay, so it seems like... Since I cut the pipes off here and here, all of the most interesting ones ends up being going to the left first and then doing some roundabout here. So if I want to open this up for as many possibilities as possible, then there might be an argument that doing something like this would be more interesting. Because then you can do the same both directions. Because now there's way more possibilities, right? Like the solution could be something like this. You could also go here, you could go down up here, boom, boom, boom. Over here, go around here instead. You can turn left, go around this way, turn left, go all the way around. And also go left, but only go up there. Either go down or... There feels like if we just did this shape, there is a fair amount of solutions. And then maybe what we could do is to pick like... Maybe we handcraft like 4 different ones. And then we randomize which one the player gets. So there's still some variety. I think that's simpler than actually randomizing the entire thing. The only tricky thing is that you have to make sure that there only is one solution, which I think could be more difficult than one might expect. It's like we need to make sure that this is never possible, because that's far too easy. Something like that I could maybe be fine with. Lion Unity, welcome in man, how you doing? I failed my intro, why are you working on this? I'm working on a potential new puzzle for the food game. Trying to do some water valve puzzle thing here. But it is raising a few questions, so I have to make sure that this works. Like, it's gonna be a bit difficult, I think, making sure that there's only one solution. I mean, I guess the question is, does it have to be only one solution? But it's unfortunate if the player stumbles upon the solution. That never feels good. Here, I suppose you could put valves on every single one. And then what I'm thinking is similar to Forgotten Hill, we would pair this, so maybe like switching this one will also turn this one. Maybe turning this turns this one, turning this turns this one, to add some complexity to it. The game turned out really awesome. I played through the demo and left a review as well. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting. Thank you so much, Lion. I did see your review. It means a lot to me, man. So appreciate you taking the time to leave that one. And I'm very glad you enjoyed the game. When you say stumble, do you mean it's unfortunate to be easy to brute force without actually solving? I don't know if it's... No, I don't think I mean it in terms of brute forcing. More so that, like, say that you decide that you think this is the solution to connect it like that. And while you turn these ones, say that you accidentally manage to make a connection like this instead, or whatever. And that actually is the real solution. So you were trying something else and you accidentally solve the puzzle. I think that, generally speaking, is a bad thing, because that's not gonna be as rewarding as if you go through this and you're like, oh wait, no, I have to do it like this, boom boom, and then it solves. But I think that could be tricky here. I don't know if I might actually need to semi-prototype this to make sure this works. And also make sure to mess it up so there's not a whole lot of accidental or like multiple solutions. Because I think if we have multiple solutions, we are going to increase the likelihood of the player accidentally solving it. Right? I don't know if the corners here are... Can you ever go different ways? We know we can't go down here. That's virtually impossible. Because now we get stuck. I think the corners are unnecessary. Which means that even this one is unnecessary. Here I could go... No, that one isn't unnecessary, because I can go like this. Or go up. So you have two possible ways. I think this one can never go anywhere but up. If you go there, you're up. If I go down here, you're up. And I assume the same will be said about these, right? Unless... Wait, I can go like that. So now this one would be pointing that way. Can I ever go down here? No. Because the only way for me to make it over there... Like, I will always block it in. So here I'm stuck again. So the very corners I don't need. These ones I do need, because I can either go up or here. Yeah, I don't think there's any point where you would have to turn these. I mean, I guess you could add them for the sake of complexity, but it feels a little bit weird if that will always only be one correct way to turn them. Another way, if we don't make it so that these are paired, as in like this one also changes that one. The other way to make it... No, but that's too easy. I was thinking like, what if I make this one uninteractable? Boom. You cannot change that one. So now you know you have to go through that one that way, but that's super simple. Then you just turn that one, boom, you're done. I think the only way... I think Forgotten Hill was onto something. Like, the only way it feels like you can make this into an actual puzzle is to pair these. So that you might... Like, obviously this shouldn't be possible, so you need to make sure that when this one points up... Yeah, how do I make sure that's not possible? I guess I could connect these two and then have them rotated differently. So there's no way for both to ever point upwards. Because I think the only solution I would say we can't have is this. That would be far too boring. Camarao Lendario with the raid. Welcome in, man. Bem-vindo. How you doing, man? What have you been up to? Anything you wanna share? Anything you wanna show? Let me know, as always. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, which you can play the demo of right as we speak. Currently trying to figure out some more puzzles for the full game. Decepto, nice to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Make it unsolvable. Seems like the real puzzle is to actually make one. True. Bob Tortle, how you been, man? Maybe make it unsolvable first and work backwards. Yeah, I think we need to start by making sure that this, like the straight solution here is unsolvable, and then figure out maybe one or two ways that we can connect all of this. Maybe make a 0-1 matrix to visualize for yourself. Don't know if that helps or more complicated though. What is a 0-1 matrix? Oh. I guess this... Do you mean something like this to understand the connections? I guess the tricky thing there is that we're gonna have more, right? Like, this is technically 0 to 3. At least on the middle ones, these can point in 4 different directions, right? Just got home from work, I'm about to open Unity and order some good food, and meanwhile I'll gather inspiration from amazing game developers like you. Cheers, man. I've always thought that making good puzzles is slightly harder than solving puzzles. I think so too. I'm realizing, the longer I've been working on this game, I realize that there is a lot of like difficulties with making just a puzzle game in general. Like, you need way more playtesting, because each player can only try a puzzle genuinely one time. The next time they're gonna have preconceived notions. Right? How's it going, Chappy? Doing quite well. How are you, Decepto? Am I tripping, or is your audio kinda fucked? Your mic audio? I hope not. Sometimes... Is it that I'm peaking a little bit? I have a tendency sometimes to maybe put my mic a little bit too close. Is this better? I don't know, does it sound good for other people? Let me know. Can't wait to get spooked in the full release and hate myself. Don't even get me started, man. I have a generator puzzle in my game where you have to configure 3 generators correctly, and I was such an idiot that I wrote the instructions wrong, so even I couldn't solve it. When I realized what I'd done, I almost headbutted my desk. Yeah, I had a few of those moments as well. Sounds fine here? Fine for me? Okay, cheers. Okay, I think I'm gonna try this. Just make something very simple to see if this even makes sense. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna make this a little bit longer. We are going to copy one of these. I probably don't want this to light up though. Boom, now we can just rotate that sprite. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's not gonna be visible anyway. It's gonna make it easier for me to see which ones I have implemented though, so... Sure. And then later on I would like to... Oh shit, what did I do? I would like to add a little bit more details to this. On the pipes as well as for the wall, some background. Let's see, I need this to be 320 by 180. And then we're gonna select this part, boom, 4 connected, boom. Okay, I think that is all I need. So let's export this as a little test. We're gonna call this something like puzzle valves, sure. Export. Multiple, read write, point no filter, no compression, apply. Then we are going to take the entire background. Then let's add a little bit of extra hitbox to these guys. Do something like that. Apply. And now, how do we test this the easiest way? It doesn't matter which room we are in, so we are going to go to... Let's go to the clock room. Or maybe the... Where do I have puzzles? Let's go to the garage. Then we're gonna take the chest close-up puzzle, we're gonna duplicate you and rename you into valve close-up. We're gonna delete this entire script. As well as, I mean basically all of this stuff, except for the back button and the very base. So these two we're gonna switch into this one. Now rename this into valve base. And I enable you like so. Then we are going to add... I'm gonna duplicate the entire background. But this time I'm going to make you interactable. I think that's fine. Non-lit layer, sure. We're gonna take both of these and we're gonna switch this into that one. And then we're gonna call this something like valve 0. How the fuck do I read what the correct position is though? That's gonna be a bit tricky. Oh, I mean, I don't need to worry about that right now, to be honest. I actually don't even need to make the script for the puzzle itself. I just need to make a script for the valve. So what we're gonna do is water valve thingy, sure. Let's just do something quick to be able to see if this feels like something that could work or whether we have wasted the entire day. That's the plan. Peepa Poopy with the 7-month resub, you fucking legend. Thank you so much, man. Truly do appreciate ya.
Hello there.
What is up, Peepa? How you been, man? Let me catch up here. Portuguese ears. Anyway, speaking of, if I have anything to share, I haven't yet, but I'll be releasing my game on itch soon. Ooh, nice. I can post some videos on a distro if you like. I have a playtest, but unfortunately couldn't record. I gotta record next time. Yeah, sure, man. Is it full or demo / early access? Good question. Giga beta early access. Super incomplete. Even realizing it doesn't work is productive. Yeah, I suppose that is true. We shouldn't be too harsh on ourselves here, eh? Rematch, welcome in, man. Okay. I'm gonna have a... Do I think... No, I need a... valve pair. Which is another water valve. And then I need a public void. Rotate valves. Which is going to check if we have a valve pair, if this is not null, then call valve pair rotate valves. Oh shit, wait, now you're gonna call yourself back. Okay, so we do this. We do another public void called on rotation. This is where we throw this in. And then here we call our own rotate valve as well. Okay, that should be fine. Fine, how's the demo doing? So far so good. I think last time I checked we are sitting at 71 positive reviews, which I think is pretty damn good. It's definitely started to slow down a little bit now, makes sense, you know, the Horror Fest is over, the demo's been out for a little bit, but I'm feeling quite good about it so far. If anyone hasn't, make sure to go and check out the demo. Appreciate any reviews on that one. $10K wishlist yet? Not even close. I did get like, what, I upped my wishlists by like 50% or something, I think. I think I had maybe a little bit more. I had like 650 wish lists when I released the demo, I think. And I think I have like 1050 now. Rotate valve. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna make this as simple as possible. We are just going to say... Oh, wait. How does this work? Rotation. We can add 90 degrees. And if it's ever... Oh, but this is floats. So that could be an issue. Because we don't want to just continuously add on that one. I could also flip it on the X and Y. But we want to make the simplest thing first, so I am just going to add plus 90. Well, actually, I'm gonna do minus 90. It feels more... It feels better to turn them to the right side. We're gonna do minus 90 degrees on the rotation Z. So I think that means I have to do transform dot rotation equals new vector 3. No. Vector 3 rotation equals transform dot rotation. Float new Z equals rotation Z minus 90. Transform dot rotation. AE Acer with the Prime subscription coming in as well. 7 months, you fucking legend.
Colon greater than.
Colon greater than indeed. Thank you so much, AE. How you doing, man? Let me catch up here. Didn't have time to try it yet. Made sure to do so. I'd love to hear what you think about it, people. What's your next step? I mean, milestone after demo release? Well, currently it's mainly to finish up all of the content for the full game. Then the plan is next fest in February, full release shortly thereafter. That's kind of my current timeline. Then we'll see whether I make it or not. That's the hope at least, but we'll see. Did you make promo videos on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, etc.? I did indeed. Some of them did okay. I got one TikTok that got like almost 100,000 views, but you know, conversion on TikTok is not that good, unfortunately. On YouTube they didn't do as well, but I think I got some... I started getting more traction before the release and the fest, but it's also a little bit hard to say whether that is straight from the promotional stuff I've been doing or whether it's like organic on Steam, because I mean, in the end it's a mixture of both, right? Yo, Chicken Man, guess what? I don't know. Let me know. What's up, AE? Oh wait, was it the Prime sub? Was that what's up? Am I just being slow here? Doing well, how about you? Glad to hear you're doing well, man. I'm doing good too. Trying to sort out I'm trying to prototype a new puzzle here, and we'll see whether it works or not. Cannot implicitly convert type Unity engine quaternion. Oh, interesting. So, wait. Quaternion. What is a quaternion? Formatable. XYZ. Okay, so I guess this has to be quaternion rotation. And this, I suppose, needs to be new quaternion. No? Maybe I can just change this straight up. Can I do transform rotation dot z equals new z? It's not a variable. Okay. That's annoying. Float, float. Wait, there's another float? W? What the fuck is that? In that case, pause in rotation W. That's not serialized. It's a mistake to put the Steam page up before it's ready, bunch of misconversions. Is it though? Wishlist always good regardless. When the game is ready for release, those people get notified anyways. That is true. I think there is a balance on it because, let's be honest here, there also is an ignore button on Steam. It is, like, how big of a factor this is, we could definitely argue about, but there is a potential case where someone might see a too early version of the game and decide to ignore it, when they maybe would have wishlisted it if it was further on. That's probably not a huge factor, but I think there is a balance. Like, I definitely think you can put up a Steam page too early. Like, if it's all placeholder art and stuff, it's probably too early, I would expect. I almost even think I did it too early. But it was difficult because when I put up the Steam page, I kind of thought that was the final art and stuff, but my game has changed a lot. I also think I didn't take enough time to try and make good caps art. Even today, to be honest. I think I'm gonna need to switch out my caps art at some point. I don't know. I don't think it's horrible, but I don't think it's up to like Steam standard either. I need to figure out something better to do. I actually recently saw, what was that? Riddlewood Manor. I quite liked this one. Obviously a very different art style, but I wonder if I could do something similar, like show more environmental stuff. But then it's the whole, then I go straight back into the whole argument about whether or not to use pixel art in the capsule art, which I'm a little bit hesitant on. But I think it's a fair argument that I could probably do something better with my capsule art. Yeah, but it's only about trailer screenshots, not the game readiness. Oh, from Chris Achowski. I think that's the main thing, though. Like, I think your game can be really early on in the development, but you need to be able to give the player a good idea of what the full game is gonna look like. So I think when it comes to like when to publish the Steam page, I would probably expect it to mainly have to do with like where you are at with like the art direction. To be clear though, that could be faked as well. Like, if you can fake the final art you're gonna have, I think that's fine too, so you can do a Steam page really early. But the issue is that if you do a Steam page with like a bunch of placeholder art, there could be a case where someone might actually wishlist your game, thinking that the game is gonna turn out one way, and then when you start updating the page, maybe it turns out a bit different, and they're no longer interested in it, and that could feel a little bit weird, I think. Atrium, welcome in, man. How you doing? Quaternion Eule 00Z. Is that what I want? This didn't even seem to work. Oh, because I'm not even calling the function. Am I? Yeah. So why is the W here? What did you say? Quaternion.Eule? Wait, did I fuck that up? Oh, no. That's what I want to do here. And then I think I could remove this. No? The type Euler does not exist in the type Quaternion. Why does it show up then? That's odd. Oh, it's 4-dimensional? Yeah, I don't think this is the way I'm gonna do it in the end. I think I'm gonna do it like flipping the X and Y. This just seemed like the quickest way of doing it, but I might have been wrong, to be fair. The idea I was coming from an angle, you can rush towards a polished trailer before finishing the game. Yeah, that I do agree with. I think when to publish a Steam page has mostly to do with the art you have. And like, you know, if you know what the game is going to be. Yeah, game genre, 30-second gameplay trailer, that's it. Yeah, because if you post a game on Steam, like you're gonna make this twin-stick space shooter, it's probably a bit weird if people wishlist the game and then later on in development you manage to turn it into a fucking overscoped 4X game or something. So like, I think you need the direction where the game is heading and at least something that resembles the final art you're going to have. That's probably the best point to do it, at least, I imagine. There might be exceptions to this, like with everything. You fucked everything up. Oh, it's a method? Not new? Oh, interesting. Making a trailer is hard enough on indie, true. Quaternion are a 4-dimensional representation of orientation in space. Euler annuals are your X, Y, and Z. What? Why are they 4-dimensional? Wait, I can rotate like so. I can rotate like so. Wait, what? Why is it 3-dimensional? No, because I flip it like so, and like so. Yes. Wait, where does the other one, Jimmy? Why are they 4D? Am I dumb? Probably, but why am I dumb? Oh, that's a worse question. Help me not be dumb. I am all for fate till you make it approach. I will definitely start on art and polish before my mechanics are done to light the fire under my ass. I think it's good, as long as you know that, like, you're dedicated to the project or whatever. I think that can be a, like, I think marketing-wise, that's like one of the better strategies. If you actually finish the game, like if it ends up being too overscoped, then you know you probably should have worked more on the prototyping first. So, like, you do need somewhere to make sure that it's actually a game you can finish as well. The translations where you lose information is called gimbal lock. Oh, I have heard of that. You need the fourth number to not fuck up math. Interesting. To be honest, you always use Quaternions in computer graphics. Okay, so wait, how do I do this then? You said it was a function, or a method. Oh yeah, so I just remove new. Okay. Okay, I see. So then this is a function that returns... Yeah, this returns a new Euler, whatever the fuck that... which is a vector 3. Okay. I think I kinda get it. And then this will not change into a void I interactable. Dot interact. I don't know. This is a prototype puzzle. I'm not entirely sure if this is gonna make it into the game. It depends on whether it feels good or not. Okay, I can only flip you once. Why? That doesn't make sense. Because I should get the rotation. Oh! No, wait. New z equals rotation.z minus 90. So I get that first, then I take away 90 again, and then apply. Why doesn't this work? Oh, rotation z is not equal to Euler rotation? But it worked the first time. So do I need to do this now? But no, because that's a function. Can I get a Euler from this? Set Euler rotation. Oh, there's a set function. Transform dot Euler angles. Is that what I want? Vector 3. But that's still a... Oh, but that's... Okay, so this would be a vector 3 then, since that's what it returns. So is that what I need? Why did it work the first time? But is it needed in the 2D game? That's a good question. To be fair, I'm not even gonna use rotation. I thought this would be the simplest way of implementing this. I don't know if I was correct in that. I think later on, I might even do something where I have like an enum for the pointing direction. And then I translate that into a new scale. So we just flip it, X and Y. I feel like that might be simpler. Because this could also have an issue where... well, it's hard for me to read the direction now, since I keep adding or removing 90 degrees. Oh no, wait, it actually goes back to 0. Oh, I didn't know it was gonna do that. I thought this would keep going down infinite. Oh, I guess I could check for the rotation then. Yeah, that does seem to work. Just for the sake of it, let's play a sound effect as well. Do I not have like a turning thing? Turn. Maybe just lower the volume. Can't just take the rotation Z from a quaternion and apply it to a Euler. Okay. Euler is in 360 degrees. Oh, so that's why it goes back to 0 again. I see. We get into 3D games. First thing you do is learn basics of quaternions. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complain about those. Okay. So that's like the base of what we need. And now I'm just gonna randomize something here.
517 is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Do I even care if this is correctly aligned? Probably not. We're just gonna add a... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna randomize all of them. No, because that should end up being unsolvable. But maybe that would be fun. Seeing how we could solve it. Let's see. Bjarne with the 15-month resub. You absolute legend. Thank you so much, man. How you doing?
Yo, Matchy hi.
Yo, yo, yo. How you been, Bjarne? Hope you're doing well. Quaternions are basically the most complicated part of junior game dev's career. No one understands them, no one likes them, but damn, they are very important. You doing good? How's it going? So far, so decent. I've been trying to come up with some new puzzle for the full game. Definitely struggled a little bit going back and forth here, but I settled on at least trying out doing a little water valve turning puzzle of sorts. No idea if this is gonna actually work, but... I wonder if this is clear enough. So now these two change together. Let me actually, let's do this. Basically just prototyping this right now, and then we'll see. This might end up being scrapped if it doesn't make sense. What I'm gonna do, for fun, is to, I'm gonna randomize the rotation in a wake. Fuck it. This might turn out to be unsolvable, but that's part of the fun. It's even maybe somewhat likely that this is gonna be unsolvable. Let's do... Maybe I should do a button for this. Like a temporary in-game button. We'll see. Posted another pipes idea in Discord. If you ever need more puzzle ideas, maybe this type of pipe puzzle could work. Don't remember where I saw it, but hopefully take more than 4 seconds. And still use quite a few pieces and be somewhat practical feeling. Oh wait, okay. Example of completed path. Path is constructed one piece at a time. Okay, so this would be the... I see. This is the placing, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Like you are placing the tiles? Yeah, placing the next piece. All available pieces will be visible somewhere on the side. This is a little bit more similar to what they did in BioShock, right? And then I suppose these would be like blocking elements. You could do something like this too. I don't know how to show the ones you select. That is probably the trickiest thing to do, at least like consistently with the rest of the game. Through 360, 720 angles, etc. is the same thing in EULA. EULA have very important limitations where rotation axes can overlap and then you're lost. This is why you need a extension to 4th dimension. You'll likely never need to modify Quaternion components by hand. Okay. Time to get into maze algorithms? Probably. Like, it would be neat if I could actually generate this, but I don't know if I'm clever enough of doing that. Right now, I just want to test whether this even makes sense, whether this seems like it could be fun to have. So what I'm gonna do in a wake is that I'm going to say, I'm gonna get a random rotation. I mean, I don't even need to do this here, no. I'm just gonna say rotation.z float subtraction set random rotation. Float subtraction equals get random rotation. Private float get random rotation. Int random roll equals random range between 0 and 4. Switch. No, I don't need to switch case here. I can just do float rotation equals 90 times random roll. Right? That's gonna give me 0, 90, 180 or 270. Return that rotation. Set that rotation here. I think that works. Placing the pipe pieces one at a time. We could do that as well. Is that the UI interface of it is a little bit tricky. Because if we're gonna keep consistency in mind, I don't know how to show the pieces in a non-UI way. Do simply transform.rotation rotate. That sounds pretty good. I will sub with Prime if you do. Well, that's worth it. What does that do? Transform dot... I mean, obviously rotates it. Wait. What did you say? Rotation dot rotate? I can set U, but that's not it. Oh, transform rotate. Vector 3 axis. Float angle. So I assume this doesn't work, yeah. So I need a vector 3 and an angle? Why? Oh, can I just put in a vector 3? Okay, that's simple then. In that case, I can just rotate. Well, I guess I need to say new vector 3. And then it would be 0, 0, new z. I'm gonna snooze these ads. Okay, I think that actually worked. Just that one flipped, right? It did. Hey, Fuzzlings, with the Prime subscription. Thank you so much, man. I am a man of my word. Very much appreciated. Man of his words, indeed. We'll see, I think in 2D it feels like it might be simpler to handle this by just flipping them later on. Flipping X, Y and having an enum for where it's pointing. I don't know, we'll see. Like I said, this is just a prototype. It's possible that we're gonna change this a whole lot. Okay, I'm gonna put you two here. Sure. And then I'm gonna duplicate you again. I'm gonna put one here. I'm gonna take you and move you over here. Duplicate you guys. Put one here. Move you over here. Duplicate you. Put one there. And this one over here. And then the first one, you will be free to move yourself. Okay, let's see if this is solvable. I think there's a high chance that is not going to be, but this at least gives me an idea of what it's like to solve this puzzle. So I need this to connect over there. So this... Oh, I just realized... No, yeah, you always need to be pointing up. So you're pointing down now. That might be an issue. Let's see, what happens if I go here? Which one am I turning? Did I fuck this up? Oh no, this one I can turn by itself, right. Now I'm flipping that one. Boom, up here. Okay, that's completed. That feels a bit simple. Boom, 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 boom. Now we could check if there is multiple solutions. So I move you here, boom, boom. Oh, I can't move that one up, because now I flip that one. But I can go up here, up here. Yeah, that's a second solution. I feel like getting a puzzle like this right is gonna almost have to be handcrafted. And it's gonna take some testing. Can I get even more solutions? What if I put you over here? Now you go there. That one flips you down. Could move you though. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, because you're down. And if I move you, I flip that one. That's not gonna work. Yeah, you have to be that way. So yeah, the interesting thing I did here is that I can never go through the center since you're pointing down. Well, that's on... I did the random rotation, didn't I? So that should change. Yeah, too many solutions is no bueno too? I think so. Yeah, just now you're pointing up, but you're pointing right. So if I do that, I might be able to go over here. Go up. Boom, 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 boom. I can't switch that one, because you're tied with... Okay, so I noticed one issue immediately, is that it's not clear enough which one changed the other ones. Just I can almost not see that one changing. Hyralism with the raid. Welcome in, man. How you doing? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, man. Bros minions are here to raid. Welcome in, guys. Hope your stream was good. Shout out to Hyralism. Yet another streaming on twitch.tv. Also working on a game, a Twitch integrated game, right? If there's anything you want to share or show, feel free to do so. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy, and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game, which we very recently released the demo for. So make sure to go and check that out on Steam. Here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, demo is out right now, so make sure to go and play it, leave a review, would mean a lot to me. Crafty, welcome in. OBV, welcome. Rain, good to have ya. Atshade, Virtuous, LV5, level 5 I suppose, maybe. Bio Vibes, Pidgey, good to see ya, guys. How you been, Hyralism? Where have you been? Where have you been up to?
Challenges the community to a marble race.
Oh shit, let's do it. This is gonna be one of the biggest marble races so far. It's been a hot minute. I see your demo is out. Indeed, it is. So cool. Thank you, Pidgey. I remember playing the smaller version before. Yeah, I did the originally started as in a game jam, so there still is a game jam version out there, which Hyralism did play as well. But yeah, it's been about 1 year in the making, and the demo for the full game is out right now. So much progress, cheers man. Spooky. That photo is from the 80s, spookiest thing in the game for me. Can't wait to play this, man, cheers. How you doing, Nemesis? I need to ask, are there jump scares in the game? There are, not a ton. But I would lie if I said there wasn't any jump scare in the game. Compared to the old Game Jam version, I've tried to focus a lot more on building tension through the atmosphere and stuff. And a lot less on like constant jump scares, but there still are jump scares in the game. Added to my wishlist is, thank you so much Atshade, that does mean a lot to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I do also have a little side project, which is called yet another game about marbles. A little side project we started before, also Twitch integrated. Shout out to Strom for helping me out with the Twitch API stuff. And Strom, as the Redeemer, do you have a preferred map? So for anyone who doesn't know, this is basically, have you ever seen marbles on stream? This is basically marbles on stream, but shittier and 2D. The Descent, let's do it. Should we go crazy? We have a fair amount of people in here. Yeah, let's keep it like this. We do 5 marbles by default, we do 10 for subscribers. Ladies and gentlemen, type !join in the chat to enter the race. Codin, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Bem-vindo. And as always, we are going to start a little prediction as well, as our new tradition is. So whether or not you think that the challenger, Mr. Strom, is going to win or not. If you wanna gamble some channel points, then the prediction is started right now. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Hey, Codin with the 7-month resub. Look at that.
Let's go.
Let's go. Absolute legend, man. Very much appreciated. Muito obrigado, meu. Carol Jota, good to see ya. How you been? We cannot gamble here. Oh wait, you can't? I cannot in Sweden either, to be honest. I legitimately have to boot up a VPN to be able to bet channel points on Twitch. It feels a little bit silly, but oh well. Okay, how are we doing on the predictions so far? We have fairly split, surprisingly. We have 7,700 points bet on Strom winning the race. And we have 7,500 points on Strom not winning. The odds does not make sense, but we'll take it. Can't even bet channel points? Damn, yeah, I don't know, it's kinda crazy. It is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. I don't know, it's some weird thing with the, I guess, the gambling laws here. Where I guess they see it as being maybe incentivizing people to gamble with real money or whatever, but it does feel a little bit weird when it's like, you know, legitimate fake channel points. There's like no money involved whatsoever. Betting, yes, is not smart, but I'm only betting as much as I can afford to lose. There you go. Follow you for 10 years already, indeed. Carol Jota, probably one of my longest time longest people who have followed me the longest amount of time. There we go, I know how to speak English. The prediction is over. How did we end up? We have 45% of the points being bet on the challenger winning. 55% were non-believers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the race. If anyone else wants to join, make sure to type !join in the chat. How to live life as a marble being mixed around with other marbles. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, Carol. Hope you're having a great day so far. Okay, we're gonna start the race in about 10 seconds, so last chance to join, do so now. You owe me a gift now. Let's see, maybe you win the marble race. If you join the marble race, are you in here? We have a bit more marbles than usual going into the Plinko section. It seems like Codin doing pretty good, but Bjarne manages to go first into the spinners. But we do have other people here. We have Fuzzlings in the lead at the moment. T-Bag going in as well. And looks like they do get stopped by the gate. A lot of marbles catching up here into the flipper section. Codin as well as Rain skipping the entire flipper, going straight down into the Arcanoid section. However, this is basically known as starting point 2.0, because a lot of marbles are going to catch up here. Left side doing better so far. Let's see who gets through first. We have a few marbles here going through the swooshes. Coding first into the Plinko section, but Rain absolutely bolting through the entire section, first into the spinners and pretty much guaranteed to win the race. There we have it. GG Rain. Undisputed winner. We have Hyrealism second place, Cheetah third, T-Bag fourth, Rain 5. Someone got disqualified. Whoops. Adshade 6, Hyrealism 7, Fuzzlings 8, Coding 9, Bile Vibes 10, which means, unfortunately, that the challenger, Mr. Strom, did not even make it to the leaderboard. It looked so promising. Yeah, you did really well for a bit there. How do you get disqualified? Potentially when the game glitches out a little bit. It's sometimes with these things that move very quickly when we have a lot of marbles at once, there's a slight chance that the collision detection doesn't work and you get shot out through the map. slightly problem there, but oh well. GG, with that we are going to end the race and also end the prediction. Since Strom did not win, the challenge points will be divided amongst the non-believers. 17,350 channel points to the non-believers. With that, we are gonna quit the race and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys. Sometimes you get taken out, yeah. It did improve when I added the continuous collision detection, but there still is a small chance, especially when you have more marbles, that you might get yeeted out into space. Pons, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see you, man. So yeah, I'm currently prototyping a new puzzle for the full version of the game. I'm still very much unsure about this one. It could be the case that I end up ditching this entire thing, but we'll see. Sorry guys, we do have some ads running at the moment. Appreciate your patience. Let me set this up in the meantime. You're gonna close this one. I'm gonna make it, for the time being, so that the locked chest will actually open up the valve puzzle instead. Let's try and remember to fix that later on. Okay, turn on the lights, go up. Let's see, this is like randomly generated right now, so... Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, so if we randomize it, we definitely need to make sure that stuff like this can't happen, because this is going straight up. It's already solved. That's not very good. Good luck with your demo, I shall head to bed now. No worries, Pidgey, thank you very much for dropping in. Appreciate you hanging out, and I hope to catch you another time. Damn, straight up again. Obviously, this is just a prototype, so if we decide to randomize this, then I need to put in some edge cases where that can't happen. Potentially with a puzzle like this, I feel like there's quite a lot of edge cases here. It might be the case that I'm gonna need to... If we still want to have variety, I might do like 4 or 5 different handcrafted solutions, and then we randomize which one you pick, rather than like randomizing the entire puzzle. So the way this works currently is that switching one of these is gonna turn another one somewhere. Okay, say we go up here. Boom. Can I turn this one? I can't. I can't go down there. Is this unsolvable? No, wait. You need to be pointing upwards. If I go here, what if I move this one up? Yeah, that's solved. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. I'm unsure about this. I feel like we would have to do a lot better on feedback, and I think especially showing like which one is connected to what. Because that feels a little bit random right now. Like, it's not super intuitive to understand that these two are connected. How did they actually do that in Forgotten Hill Mementos? Which is why I took some inspiration from this. Forgotten Hill Mementos. Electricity puzzle. Oh yeah, these wires here I think are showing which ones are connected. So I assume these that don't have them connect however they want. Or you can flip them however you want. So they do actually show it. Now that's fairly easy when they are aligned like this. Like I could do something like this, right? To show that those are connected. Oh wait, what? Have I fucked something up? That one turns that one. That one also turns that one. Do I have two different ones there? I think I messed something up here. I wonder if we should try handcrafting a level though. Gambling is so cool when we do it with money that sounds like a groundbreaking industry. I haven't been in a good headspace recently due to personal issues, but I want to drop by and say hi today because I've been secretly watching your YouTube videos and they inspire me to work harder. Aw, cheers man. Your game is great and your discipline and attitude towards realizing your passion is even more awesome. I learn a lot from quietly following your game dev journey. Thank you very much, that doesn't mean a lot, Heroism, and I'm sorry to hear you haven't been in a good headspace, and yeah, I hope things get better, man. Thank you very much for following the journey, so to speak. Very, very kind words, man. Do you have a link for your game, Heroism? If you want to share it? I think you have a website for it, right? Let me see if I accidentally double these up. One, boom, 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 boom. No, it doesn't look like it. So did I mess up the... Okay, let's do this. Let's just settle on which ones are connected. Like, let's say... this one goes here. I think these two already are connected. Let's do something like this for now. Sure. So let's see, you should connect to number 2, you should connect back to number 1, yep. You should connect to the one above you. Which you do, and you connect back. 5 should connect to 9. Now connect 5 to 9, which means 9 should be connected to 5. 6 should be connected to 8. Which means 8 should be connected to 6. Because I feel like we have to show this better to the player. 7 should be with 11. 10, I mean. Yeah, 7 and 10 should be connected. 7 and then 10 here. 9 is connected with 5. And then 11... Yeah, we don't want to have one there. You should be alone. Okay. Play. Let's try it out. Oh yeah, wait, I think I saw that. You have the Steam page up? Yeah, share the link, man. Indeed, look at that. Bro Minion is actually out on Steam now. Interactive overlay strategy game for live broadcasters on Twitch. Through the chat, viewers can farm resources to build an army, hunt monsters, and even duel other viewers. Look at that! Some nice gifs here as well. Turning your boring, lifeless desktop screen into a battle war zone. Desktop overlay and Twitch compatible. 44 followers? Not shabby, man. I feel bad for promoting my game because I just wanted to come in and say I've enjoyed your YouTube videos. No, of course not, man. I'm all for supporting the fellow developers here. Did I wishlist it? Let me double check. I did wishlist it. Click the follow button too, people. Support our fellow game developers as always. Wait, we have a trailer too. Wait, is there no audio? Or have I messed something up here? Jewel. And you're making all of the art as well, right? Also very eye-candy graphics, congrats, it is indeed. That looks like the overlay game I was working on as a side project, but 10,000 times better in all aspects. Thanks for joining, I'm making a desktop idler too, ooh! Very good stuff, man. I don't know why I can't get the audio to work, but looks great, man. Lovely to see that you have the Steam page up. Ladies, gentlemen, go and support our fellow developers as always. Make sure to hit that wishlist button, follow all of that good stuff. Congratulations on getting the page up. Ooh, wait. Release date 2025? That's pretty soon, people. That's pretty soon. Very exciting. It's scary, yeah. Dude, I was panicking just releasing my demo, man. Excited to check it out, I'm sure I'll be able to learn a lot from you. The game looks really good. I think the day before I released the demo, I was up until like... Oh shit. Oh, I can't close the puzzle now. Okay, let me do this. I was up until like 5 AM, like in a pure state of panic, trying to like cram out the last little fixes for the demo release. It was like those final weeks before the demo definitely ended up being a bit stressful, and I imagine the full release is going to be even more so. Yeah, exactly. Putting out your baby for the world to judge, yeah, it's scary, man. It's worth doing, but it definitely is a little bit scary. Yeah, I think I would need to do something like this, so that you can clearly tell what is connected. Now, this is an unfortunate one, because that's solved. So let's try again. I need to make sure that those two cannot be the same. If we decide to generate this, which I might not do, because I think it's very possible that it's gonna be too risky. I feel like it's very... There's fairly high probability that we're gonna have like accidental solutions and possible places where you can't solve it. I don't think I've had a single one we have not been able to solve yet though. Like this one is fairly simple because we know you need to be pointing up, otherwise we cannot solve it. Now we could try going here. That turns you down. Ooh, okay, spicy. So I cannot go up here unless I turn you, but then I mess you up. Now we can go here. Ah, dude, I'm so lucky. I think that works, right? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Okay, that one was actually not too shabby. I did get a little bit of that like wrong assumption, which is kind of what we want with a puzzle this. Like, preferably, I think the best experience comes when the player feels like they're on the right track, something doesn't work, and then they figure out the actual solution. Should I wait for the full game or should I play the demo? For my game, I mean, of course, I like people to play the demo. It is like the full game will be quite a lot bigger. It's not gonna be massive, but it's gonna be like probably 3-4 times the amount of content. So, like if you like desperately not want to spoil stuff in before the full game, you might not want to play it, but at the same time, you know, obviously I appreciate getting the early feedback now so I can make the full game better, as well as, you know, reviews on the demo, since I've decided to do the separate store page, do help out a lot too. Okay, that works. But you're going down, so I need to go... Is this unsolvable? No, what if I go up here? No, because I can't go up again. Okay, I think this might be unsolvable. No, I could go left as well. Up, yeah, and then flip that one. Boom. Solved. Oh, I should try and look if there's more... If there's multiple solutions as well. I feel like maybe it would have been nice to even visualize the actual connection, but then I don't know how to visualize which valves are connected. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to play around and think about this puzzle for a little bit to really figure out whether this is gonna work or not. Okay, left side... Oh no, wait, this is solved. Boom, 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 boom. That's solved. Obviously it could change a lot depending on how exactly I connect these. I kinda just picked randomly now. Play the demo and then delete your memory. Easy, exactly. How you doing, Spectacular? Can't even remember what I had for dinner. I'll play the demo then. Let's go, man. I hope you like it, Hyralism. Let me know what you think. Okay, so now the question is, we can solve it here on the left side. I did that kinda accidentally. Can I solve it by going right as well? I cannot turn this one, because then we can't exit. Boom, boom, boom. No, wait, didn't I try this? No, that's solved. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this one has 2 solutions. So this is why I kinda feel like we might have to handcraft this to make sure that Maybe to make sure that the actual solution is more interesting, like maybe have a preference towards the longer routes, if you know what I mean. And then made sure that there is only one possible solution. But that might be... I don't know how tricky that is. I also don't know if this reads well enough. Like, what do you guys think? Like, is it intuitive enough to understand what you need to do here? Oh, that works too. Damn, there's 3 solutions here. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit, there's 4. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Spend the night together. Okay. So, I think randomization is going to be pretty difficult to get it right. I think maybe doing a handful of handcrafted levels and then just picking one randomly is the way to go. The fucking scope creep of me deciding to randomize all the puzzles in the game is gonna bite me in the ass. Because it's a little bit annoying that, like, now when almost every puzzle in the game is randomly generated, it feels like I need to do something like that with this puzzle as well. I don't need that many though, like, even if I would only have like 4 different solutions and then we randomly pick one, I think that would be fine. Taking this basic idea and making it full incremental with cameras you get to place to watch AI races in a little desktop widget happening on the tracks you build and upgrade. Ooh. Incremental games, I've heard, are doing quite well nowadays, in general. A bit out of the loop here, have we finished Grim Fandango yet? We have not, Luasoft. I am going to finish it, but I decided to try prototyping this little puzzle today. So we've only done, what, 2 streams on it now? I think I'm like maybe a 3rd through the game or something, I think. You love that song? It's a very good song. It's funny that for a game that's watching, one actually doing his job. True, I should get back and work in my game, still kind of jet lagged. But did you enjoy the trip overall, Coden? Okay, let me try one more. Just for fun. It still seems like this puzzle could work, but I definitely need to polish it a bit. Okay, this is immediate solution, boom, straight up. Definitely need to make sure that cannot be the case. Because, like, what actually decides the correct way to do this is the starting position of these. I guess I could do the different levels by actually connecting these in different ways as well. Okay, let's see what other things we can do here. I think this one is gonna have a lot of solutions. Yeah, this is one. Boom, boom, boom. I can't go up here because then I twist that one and then I'm fucked. So I think that's all we can do on the left side. What if we... oh, sorry, on the right side. If we go to the left, yeah, that's solved. Otherwise, I can go up here, and that's also solved. There's a lot of solutions. Is it even possible to make something that only has one solution? Can I even do that here? Like, I know this one needs 0 rotation. Let's say that we need to go through the entire thing. What would this be? 270? I think this should be more difficult than one might imagine. Oh, wait. If we want to make it as complex as possible, just for the fun of it, then you should actually go down. You should go right. Oh shit, I should even go... wait, I should use everything. I just realized. I can go around here. Over here, down here, and up. Let's try that and see how many other ways I can solve it. Let's see, you need to be pointing down. You need to be pointing up. Let's see here. You need to be pointing left. Okay, only one left, which is this one, 270. Okay, boom. That one we can turn by itself. Go up here, down, right, up, boom, boom. Okay, so this would be like one of the longest solutions we can have. Now, what I want to know is how many other solutions can I make here? Now, it could be that we can... if there are multiple, we might be able to solve it by... like, connecting the valves differently. Oh wait, I added random rotation. Shit. Let's not do that right now. I need to make sure that this is the real solution, and then I want to see if I can... oh. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I guess there still should be a possibility that it could be the... could be more solutions here. You go up, boom, down, around here, up, boom. That's solved. Now, if I go... oh yeah, this is solved too. I just need to turn that one. I can skip going around. That one now goes here, and all the way around. Harrier Cat with the 3-month resub, you fucking legend. Cheers, man.
1/4 of a year.
That is true. 1/4 of a year, absolute legend. Thank you so much for the subscription, Haircat. Hope you're doing good, man. It was very nice, yes. It was king enough to get my head away of some things, but... oh, short enough, but long enough that to also wonder if I should change things in my life, mostly job related. Interesting. Why are you thinking about like changing job? Is that it? If you wanna talk about it, of course. I'm working too. Yeah, I'm all for the... if people wanna co-work, do some co-working here. That's all good. How you doing, Cankros? Good to see you, man. All good here. Just had our work Christmas party. Nice, nice. Hope you had fun. How's the game coming along? So far, so good. I am currently trying to prototype a new puzzle, but it's proving to be a little bit difficult. Yeah, just I can turn this now too. And that's yet another solution. I don't know. It's gonna be difficult doing this in a way where there's only one possible solution. Just like the thing is, these solutions I accidentally did was to go up here or up here. That's an easy way to shorten this. Oh my god, I can even go up here. Yeah, I can go... Oh shit, and I can go here too. Right, up, right. Boom. Ah, fuck, there's like 5 different solutions. What the fuck? Yeah, I need to do something different here. Hey, Tamer the Hammer with the Prime subscription as well. Thank you so much, man. Truly do appreciate it. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy skipping all of the ads. All of that good stuff. Add a random blocker into the mix and you get a new difficulty. Yeah, I did think about that. The only issue here is that there could also be a case where adding blockers makes it easier, because that is technically giving the player information about how to not solve it. Just like to make this... How would I make this so that we only have one correct solution? I would need to cut both of these off, so you can't go up on either of those. Potentially cut this off here so that this solution doesn't work. No, because then I can go around here. No, I would need to cut it off here. Boom, boom, boom. But then, it's obvious that this one needs to go here, and this one needs to go here. And now the only way... Oh shit, you can do this. Go straight up there. So in that case I would have to cut it off here as well. And it's a little bit like that, at what point is it... am I just giving the solution away? Do you know what I mean? Like, if I cut this here, 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 here. Was that a... Should I do a shortcut here as well? No, I can't go in there, because then this one is wrong. This one has to go here. Oh, but then I should go straight ahead. So if I want to make this be the only solution, I now need to cut it here as well. And at that point, I think it's obvious what you need to do here. This one can only be in one position. This one can only be in one position. Since that one controls this one, I cannot change that. So this one has to be down. That one solves for me. This one has to be here. That... Oh shit, I can go up here. There's way too many solutions here. Now there's only one way to turn you, and then it's fixed. But now... That's a bit much, isn't it? Because now it's basically... We are basically giving it away. I think what I would have to do, it's definitely that we should add some blocker. I think I would have to play around more with like how these are connected. To make sure that, say that this is level 1, or the first layout that's possible. I would need to make sure that this is the only solution. I also need to make sure that you can't go straight up. Because like obviously I could completely switch how these are connected. But depending on how I switch them, I might make it easier or harder. And if I connect these, then it's going to be obvious that you can't go straight through here, so we basically destroy that assumption. I think the way that this would be easier is to actually have a few points where you might only have one connection. Let's see, the first one you can flip in 3 different ways. This one is gonna... solving that one... Oh, sorry, you guys can't really see this. Okay, these are connected. Yeah, so naturally you would probably try to go straight ahead here. But then that one turns down so you can't finish it. Obviously this is a more... I think one of the reasons I have so many accidental solutions is because I basically made it straight up. Like straight up just a grid. But for this to be an actual puzzle, there needs... I kind of need the player to make the wrong assumption at some point. And I think that's what like this section is for. Or like there's a lot of those here. Like naturally you want to just go straight ahead first. But when you do that, that one gets flipped incorrectly. So that's the first assumption broken. Now you assume that, okay, I go up here instead. But then you switch that one incorrectly. So you need to go here, which means you have to go around like so. Now this one only has one way to go, which means that both of these are gonna be correctly aligned. You are independent, you can go however you want. And the rest is solved automatically if you do the first part. You waste your chance to bully him to do some code change? True. Missed opportunity. So sick of those ads? Yeah. It's annoying. I wish I could turn them off. I can't. I could do pre-rolls, but I think that could hurt even more. It's a bit of an annoying thing. Yeah, I don't know if just changing the way these are connected. Also, you want to make money, so you can keep doing this. That is true as well. Now, ads probably aren't my biggest income, but obviously I do make some money of it, which isn't bad. So I subscribed, cheers, man. I wonder if there is a way to just like connect these. No, I think I would need to change the layouts. See, that's a product of being Twitch, not you. Yeah, that is fair. Like, there is, as a affiliate at the very least, there is literally nothing I can do about it. I can choose how often the ads run and whether I have pre-rolls or mid-rolls. But whether or not to run ads is out of my control. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might have to make a different layout for this to work. I think currently it feels like the fact that I basically made a full-on grid here is what's going to cause like a ton of accidental solutions. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? That's probably bad. Right now, most of these red lines actually point the way you're supposed to go. It's only this one that doesn't. Otherwise, they actually follow perfectly the way you're supposed to go. That might not be good either. So what I should have done is like connect these two instead. But then I should turn this one up and skip a part. Fuck, this is gonna be difficult. But I see what they did here, right? Like they have a layout which is inherently causing you to get the wrong assumption. But I guess the question is if we can do that as well. But no, because I'm still gonna be able to go straight through here, right? So I should do this. But then what's... Let's see, if I align these correctly, the fact that this one changes doesn't matter. Oh, wait. I connected these two instead. Then you always point the opposites. So the only way, if you point up, then you point down, and that's not gonna work. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna have to be very handcrafted, but there might be a way to solve this. To make sure that there is only one solution. I think the first step is to switch this around, so those two are connected. And then connect these two instead. Because now I can make sure that you can never go up here. However, this one is going to be pointing here and this one is going to be pointing up, which means that I'll always be able to go straight up here. And skip this entire section. Now, wait. If you point up, you point down. I could still have this, because this will be impossible. Because if you're pointing here, that means I've turned you one too little, which means you point over here. So I can't get up there. If this one points up, you point down, so that's not gonna be possible. So yeah, this solution should be impossible if I do this. Okay, but what stops me from going straight up here and skipping the entire left side? And likewise going straight here. I could connect this one to something. What if I connect these two instead? Wait, I could connect all of these. No, because then when we know that this one has to point up, so that's gonna give away the solution for these two. Whereas if I do this, then the solution should be, these would be pointing either right and left, left and right, up and down. So that's never gonna work. You're forced to either go right or left here, which is gonna flip it here. It's possible that there could be a solution going right here now. This section should be done. I cannot go up here anymore. If I go to the right, you would be... Let's see, technically I want to go down here. So you're gonna be pointing to the right. And this is fucked. Unless... No, I can't connect these two. Because that's gonna make it obvious. No, and that doesn't fix anything. Because then I can still align that one and I can just go around here. How do I make sure... I could block here, but then the way to go is kind of obvious. Okay, I think the left side here only has one solution right now. Could also change the idea of the puzzle. All wires are existing, but only a few are working. And players to turn the arrows and have trial and error, which are not broken. Wait, do you mean that some of these you wouldn't be able to spin at all? The issue is that... Then I need to lock them in the right place. And the right place here is around here, right? Which means that turning you here is gonna skip the majority of it. But how do I make sure that going right here doesn't have a solution? Maybe... No. Because all of these will be correct. Unless I connect it here. Because then, turning this one right is going to make this one point downwards, which means you can't exit. However, that will give away... That will basically give it away that you need to head left first. But at least there won't be another solution. Because otherwise I struggle a little bit seeing a way to make this impossible, like, or to skip this part by going right here. And I don't know if I just want to cut it off. I can't cut it off anywhere here either, because then the actual solution doesn't work. This could solve it. But wait. If these are separated, then I can turn this one here and this one up here, and now I can skip this portion. So the only way to fix that would be to switch how these are connected. I'm gonna need to do that no matter what. So I could connect you two. Let's see, if you're pointing here... No. The solution is that you're pointing down and you're pointing here. Yeah, and the only way to solve it is by you pointing here. Because otherwise there's no way to connect to this one. which means you have to point down here. It doesn't stop me from going straight here though, which I guess is the issue. No, it does, because I connected these. So if I go straight here, then this one will be pointing down. I think this only has one solution. If I would connect them like this, I think there only is one possible solution. Let's try it in game. So let's see. Oh shit, that means you need to have more valve pass. Since I need 3 to be connected now. Obviously I would need to... I can see if I could try and see if Miss Chirpy can solve this. So I'm gonna need some fresh eyes to make sure that it's not immediately obvious. I mean, it might be for some people, but... we need to make sure that at least most people get it. Like the wrong assumptions somewhere. Okay. Valve pair, I'm going to make this into a... I'm gonna rename you into valve pass. Yeah, and then I'm gonna turn you into an array, which means that this isn't going to work. Instead we're gonna do for each pair in valve pass. Is that a game object? No, what's valve? Why doesn't this work? Oh. If pair is not equal to null, then rotate those as well. Okay. So now all paths should be gone. Yes, indeed. Okay, so... number 1 here, you should... let's see, let's lock this one. You should connect with number 2. As well as the bottom one. Okay, so that means 1 to 11. So 2 should connect with 1 and 11. 11 should connect with 1 and 2. Okay, that connection should be done. 3 should connect with 5. So 5, 3, 3, 5. 4 should connect with 9. So go 4 here, and then we go 9 here. 5 is done. 6 should connect to 10. 7 should be with 8. And that should be it, right? Okay. So in that case, at least it's good because that does show that there should be ways, even with this layout, that I can make sure there's only one solution. Because I'm fairly, if I've calculated this correctly, I think we should only have one solution here. I need to rotate the bottom one correctly though, since that one wasn't connected before. You need to turn to the left. And then if I can make like 4 different levels like this, then I think we have enough to randomize it. Okay, so I'm just gonna scramble this around a little bit. Okay. So we start in here. I cannot go up because you're pointing down. I can try going to the right. Yeah, but even if I make it here, which I can if I do this. Now we try to go around here, then I get stopped here. I can't go up, so this one has to be left. Then we can try going up here. I get stopped because you go down. So we go here. Now this looks like it's gonna work. Oh shit, this does work. Yeah, I can skip. There's no reason for me to go up here. Oh wait, that one is not working correctly. Why does this one only flip? Oh, something is bugged. That one only flips back and forth. Whereas you go correctly when I flip this one. So maybe that isn't possible then. Because normally the solution is to go down here. What? It's the same code everywhere. How is only this one broken? Doesn't change any other one. Why is this flipping up and down? Now this is correct. But then if I flip you here, it still connects. Scheisse. So there's one. Here I don't think I can change anything. Yeah, the issue here is that I can, if I manage to skip this one, I can basically place this one however I want. I could cut this off, but then I kinda lose one of the... Like, that would have been such a good assumption that, okay, I'm just gonna go here. can't connect another one to these. I don't really want to go straight up here even, then what, leave you unconnected? Could also connect here and get rid of this, but that doesn't make sense. What is broken with this one? I don't get it. You're flipping back and forth. Which one was that? It was this one. 90 degrees. Minus 90, 90. And then you're not turning this one? How does that make sense? You're paired... Oh, you're paired with yourself. I see. That makes sense. So you basically told yourself to spin another time. Okay. How would I... Sorry guys, we do have some ads running at the moment. How would I get rid of this? How could I make it so you cannot go straight over here? I should disconnect this. Can't really... Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Because I can't connect too many valves either. I could put one here. What if I add another valve somewhere? If I added one here. But then it's... that's gonna make it easier though. Okay. This is kind of the only Twitch solution I can figure out right now. But now this is, like, obviously this one is gonna point upwards. Like, where else would it point? It kind of feels like it ends up being too easy. I kind of like the assumption that you could have tried to go here. And I can't just connect this one as well and get rid of this, because then we're gonna have a new issue, right? Yeah, that makes it so I can go straight to the right instead. And I can't get... no, you know what? The reason I cannot get rid of this one is because then I can go like this. But now that one is the one that blocks me from being able to go around. So I have to go down here. At least this only has one solution. But I don't know how difficult it is. Or whether this is gonna be like That's a difficult thing about making puzzles, man. Like, there's no way for me to play this puzzle like I didn't know the solution. Because I will, like, inherently, I just know what the solution is now. We'll see. I'm gonna force Miss Chirpy to play this. That's what I'm gonna do. However, ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. I'm still like 100% decided on this puzzle. We'll see. I'm gonna have to test it a little bit more to make sure that it works for the full game. Please stick around for the raid though, and then we'll see next time whether we continue Grim Fandango or do some more developments. We'll have to see about that one. But thank you all very much for hanging out today. We got quite a few subs today as well. We had the raids from Amisis and Kamarao as well as Hyrolism, very much appreciated. We also had some absolute legends today. We have Peepa Poopy with the 7-month resub, Asa with the 7-month resub, Bjarne with 15 months, Fuzzlings with the Prime subscription, Codin with 7 months, Harrychat with 3, and Tammy the Hammer with another Prime sub. Thank you very much, guys, truly do appreciate it. Who should we head over to today? Let's go and have a look at... Let's go to... Who haven't I raided in a while? Loretta, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. If anyone else has been enjoying the stream and you haven't clicked that little follow button down here somewhere, make sure to do so. Hello and goodbye, thank you very much. And I hope to see you next time. Of course, if anyone hasn't, make sure to check out the demo on Steam, wishlist the game, review the demo, all of that good stuff. If you want to connect more with the community, then go ahead and join the Discord. Today we are going to head over to... We have Beats Creations playing Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't know we played that. Oh, Chat plays D&D. Oh, that's kind of interesting. We also have Sorcerer Story, Fiera, Irish John, Red Cabin. I'm struggling finding who I haven't raided in a while. Ah, fuck it. Let's go to Beats Creations, doing some Dungeons and Dragons with Chat. Go and have some fun with him. Made sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat, as always. Thank you for the stream, catch you later. I have a watch streak of 16. Holy shit, that is mad, Gita. Thank you so much for dropping by every stream. It truly does mean a lot to have you guys here. But yeah, that will be it for me today. Thanks for all of the good ideas and stuff as well. I do appreciate it. I'll see you guys on... When will I see you? On Friday for the next stream. So until then, have a great one. Cheers.